Hello everyone. Welcome to Mr. Midnight True Crime Stories. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. There are places we go when we cannot care for ourselves anymore. Places with long hallways that smell of antiseptic and something else underneath it, something older and more permanent. The floors are buffed to a shine that reflects the fluorescent lights in long streaks, and the walls are painted colors that someone once decided would be calming. Pale green, soft blue, the kind of colors that fade into the background of memory. These places hum at night. The ventilation systems breathe in cycles. Monitors beep in rooms where people sleep or try to sleep or lie awake watching the ceiling tiles, counting the small holes in the acoustic panels, wondering if morning will feel different than this moment does. Nurses move through these hallways with practiced quiet, their shoes making soft sounds against the polished floors. They carry clipboards and small cups of pills, and they speak in voices that have been trained to be gentle, to not startle, to convey competence without urgency. In these places, we surrender. We surrender our clothing for gowns that tie in the back. We surrender our schedules to the rhythm of shift changes and meal carts and medication rounds. We surrender our privacy to the necessities of care, to the people who must check our vital signs and help us to the bathroom and record every detail of our bodies in charts that we will never read. We surrender because we must, because we are told this is where we will be safe, where professionals will watch over us, where help is always nearby. There is a social contract in these places, unspoken but absolute. The contract says that those who work here have chosen a calling, that they are different from the rest of us, that they possess both the skills and the temperament to tend to vulnerability without exploiting it. We believe this because we must believe it. Without this belief, the surrender becomes impossible. Without this belief, every moment in a hospital bed becomes an exercise in terror. Most of the time, this contract holds. Most of the people who put on scrubs and stethoscopes and identification badges do so with genuine intention. They work long hours for inadequate pay. They see things that stay with them, that visit them in their own sleep. They make decisions in seconds that most people never have to make in a lifetime. They hold the hands of strangers and tell them it will be okay. And sometimes it is, and sometimes it is not, but they show up for the next shift anyway. But contracts are made of belief, and belief is a peculiar thing. It creates blind spots. It makes us reluctant to question. It turns the unusual into the acceptable because the alternative is too disturbing to consider. When we see someone in a position of trust, wearing the costume of authority, performing the rituals of care, our minds default to acceptance. Suspicion feels like betrayal. Accusation without absolute proof feels like slander. This is a story about those blind spots. About the space between what we want to believe and what is actually happening. About the protection that uniforms and credentials provide, not to patients, but to the people who have learned to use them as cover. It is not a story with a single villain or a single victim. It is a story about patterns, about systems, about the quiet accumulation of harm that happens when trust is given automatically rather than earned continually. The hallway is quiet now. Second floor, East Wing. A cardiac ward in a hospital that could be in any mid-sized city in America. The lights have been dimmed for the night shift, and most of the patients are asleep or sedated or staring at their phones in the blue glow that makes their faces look spectral. A nurse walks past the nurse's station, and the charge nurse looks up and nods. Everything is routine. Everything is as it should be. The nurse's name is Evan Calder, though that is not his real name. The real name has been said in courtrooms and written in newspaper articles and spoken in whispers by people who worked alongside him. But here, in this telling, he is Evan Calder, and he is 32 years old, and he has been a nurse for 8 years across 4 different facilities. Evan has a face that inspires confidence without being memorable. He is not handsome in a way that draws attention. He is average height, average build, with brown hair that he keeps short and neat. He wears his scrubs well, not sloppy, but not overly careful either. He has a way of standing that suggests competence, shoulders back, but not stiff. Posture that says he has done this before and will do it again. When he speaks, his voice is calm and even. He does not raise it during emergencies. He does not rush. People notice this about him. They mention it in performance reviews and casual conversations. Evan never panics. He came to nursing through a path that many do. His mother had been sick when he was young, in and out of hospitals for years before she died. He had been 14 when it happened, old enough to understand but not old enough to process it in any healthy way. His father worked 2 jobs and was never home. Evan spent a lot of time in waiting rooms and cafeterias, watching the nurses move through their routines, watching the way they touched his mother's arm and adjusted her pillows and spoke to her like she was a person and not just a diagnosis. After she died, Evan drifted through high school with grades that were good enough but not exceptional. He worked at a grocery store and saved money and tried not to think too much about what came next. When someone suggested nursing school, it felt like the answer he had been waiting for. A way to be useful. A way to be close to that feeling he remembered from the waiting rooms. That sense of purposeful motion, of being needed. The schooling was harder than he expected, but he pushed through. He was good with his hands, good at following protocols, good at keeping his face neutral when things became difficult. The instructors noted that he had an excellent bedside manner. That patients seemed to relax when he was in the room. He graduated in the middle of his class and took a job on a medical surgical floor in a hospital 2 hours from where he grew up. That was where it started, though no one knew it at the time. Not even Evan, perhaps. Or maybe he knew and simply did not name it, did not give language to the thoughts that began to surface during the long hours of the night shift when he was alone with patients who could not speak for themselves, who trusted him implicitly because he wore the uniform and carried the keys to the medication cabinet. The first time was an elderly man with end-stage heart failure. He was DNR, do not resuscitate, which meant that when his heart stopped, no one would try to bring him back. He had been in pain for days, the kind of pain that comes in waves and leaves a person gasping and gray-faced. Evan had given him his scheduled morphine, but it was not enough. The man kept pressing the call button, his hands shaking, his breath coming in short bursts. Evan went into the room and closed the door. He stood by the bed and looked at the man, really looked at him. The man's eyes were clouded with cataracts and pain. His mouth was open, pulling in air that did not seem to reach his lungs. Evan thought about his mother, about the last weeks in the hospital, about the sounds she had made. He went to the medication cart and drew up another dose of morphine. Not the scheduled dose. An extra dose. Enough to ease the pain. Enough, if he was honest with himself, to maybe do more than ease the pain. He brought it back to the room and administered it through the 4-line. The man's breathing slowed. His face relaxed. Within 20 minutes, he was gone. Evan documented it as expected. Patient found unresponsive, no pulse, no respirations, time of death noted, physician notified. DNR status meant no code was called. The family was called in the morning. They cried and said they were grateful he was no longer suffering. Evan accepted their thanks with a solemn nod and went about his shift. He told himself it had been mercy. The man was dying anyway. The morphine had simply allowed him to go peacefully instead of in agony. Evan was not sure if he had intended to end the man's life or if it had been an accident of dosage, a miscalculation born of compassion. He did not think about it too carefully. Thinking about it too carefully would require him to name what he had done, and naming it would make it real in a way that felt dangerous. But something had shifted. A line had been crossed, and once a line is crossed, it becomes easier to cross again. Not immediately. Weeks passed, then months. Evan worked his shifts and went home to his small apartment and watched television and ate meals alone. He dated occasionally, but never seriously. He did not have close friends. He preferred it that way. People required energy he did not have to spare. The second time was different. It was a woman in her 50s, diabetic, recovering from surgery. She was not dying. She was difficult. She complained constantly. She was rude to the staff, demanding and entitled. She rang the call bell every 10 minutes for things that could wait, for things that did not matter. Evan went into her room one night, and she started yelling at him before he even reached the bed. The 4-pump was beeping. She wanted it fixed now, immediately. Could he not hear it? Was he deaf? Why did they staff this floor with incompetent idiots? Evan fixed the pump. He stood there for a moment, looking at her, feeling something cold and heavy settle in his chest. He thought about how easy it would be. How simple. A little air in the 4-line. A small adjustment to the insulin drip. Something that would look like a complication, a tragic but explainable outcome for someone with her medical history. He did not do it that night. But he thought about it. And thinking about it was its own crossing, its own dissolution of boundaries. Because once you have imagined it in detail, once you have walked through the steps in your mind, the act itself becomes less unthinkable. She was discharged a few days later. Evan felt something like disappointment, though he would not have named it that way. He told himself he was relieved, that he was not the person those thoughts suggested he might be. But the thoughts did not go away. They waited, patient and persistent, for the next difficult patient, the next long night, the next opportunity. Over the following year, 3 more patients died on Evan's shifts. All of them were elderly. All of them had serious medical conditions. All of them were DNR or approaching end of life. The deaths were noted, documented, and filed away. No one questioned them. Why would they? People die in hospitals. It is the nature of the place. And Evan was known to be good with the dying, calm and compassionate, willing to stay with them so they would not be alone at the end. His colleagues began to notice a pattern, but not the pattern that mattered. They noticed that Evan seemed to be present for a lot of deaths. They joked about it sometimes, dark humor of the kind that medical professionals use to cope with the weight of what they witness. They called him the Angel of Death, not knowing how accurate the nickname was. Evan laughed along with them, his face showing nothing but mild amusement. But someone noticed in a different way. Her name was Mara Ives, and she had been a nurse for 15 years, almost twice as long as Evan. She worked the same night shifts, and she had a reputation for being sharp, for catching mistakes before they became disasters, for noticing when something was off even if she could not immediately articulate what it was. Mara started paying attention to Evan without quite knowing why. At first, it was just a vague discomfort, a sense that something did not sit right. She noticed that he volunteered to take the sickest patients, the ones most likely to deteriorate. She noticed that he was always calm during codes, but his calmness had a quality to it that felt wrong. Not like someone managing stress, but like someone who was unsurprised by the outcome. She began to review the charts of patients who had died on their shifts. She did this quietly, during her breaks, not telling anyone what she was looking for because she was not entirely sure herself. The documentation was always perfect. Medications given as ordered. Vital signs recorded. Nothing out of place. But in 3 of the cases, she noticed that Evan had been the last person to see the patient alive. Not unusual in itself. Someone has to be the last. But combined with everything else, it made her uneasy. Mara did not know what to do with this unease. She had no evidence, nothing concrete, just a feeling that she could not shake. She thought about going to the nursing supervisor, but what would she say? That Evan seemed too calm. That patients died on his shifts. It sounded absurd, even in her own head. She would sound paranoid, vindictive even. She liked Evan well enough. He was a good coworker, reliable and professional. To accuse him of something this terrible, without proof, would destroy his career, possibly her own. So she watched and waited and said nothing. And the watching became its own burden, a secret weight she carried through every shift. She started avoiding Evan when she could, taking different breaks, staying on the opposite end of the unit. She told herself she was being irrational, that she was seeing shadows where none existed. But late at night, when the unit was quiet and she walked past a room where Evan was tending to a patient, she felt her stomach tighten with a dread she could not name. Months passed like this. The tension in Mara's chest became chronic, something she lived with, like a bad back or a persistent headache. She started having trouble sleeping. She would lie awake replaying conversations, reviewing charts in her mind, looking for the thing that would either confirm her suspicions or put them to rest. She found neither. Then something changed. The hospital administration announced that Evan was being transferred to another facility. It was described as a lateral move, an opportunity for professional growth. There was a small goodbye party in the break room, cake and cards and well wishes. Evan smiled and thanked everyone, and said he was looking forward to the new challenge. Mara watched him accept the congratulations, and she felt a cold understanding settle over her. This was not a promotion. This was a quiet removal. Someone else had noticed. Someone with more authority had decided that Evan needed to be moved, but they had done it in a way that would not raise questions, that would not require explanations or investigations. She approached the nursing supervisor a few days later, after Evan was gone. She asked, carefully, if there had been any concerns about his performance. The supervisor looked at her with an expression that was hard to read, something between caution and relief. "Why do you ask?" the supervisor said. Mara hesitated. This was the moment. She could say what she had been thinking for months, put words to the suspicion that had been eating at her. Or she could retreat, let it go, tell herself it was handled now. Evan was someone else's problem. I just noticed, Mara said slowly, that a lot of patients died on his shifts. The supervisor was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, we noticed that too. That is why he was transferred. Should not there be an investigation? Mara asked. The supervisor's face closed down, became professionally neutral. There was a review. Nothing conclusive was found. The decision was made to transfer him rather than pursue allegations that could not be substantiated. It protects everyone involved. Protects everyone? Mara repeated. What about his patients at the new facility? The supervisor stood up, signaling the end of the conversation. Mr. Calder's new employer was made aware of our concerns. What they do with that information is their decision. We did what we could within the constraints of the law and hospital policy. Mara left the office feeling sick. She understood now what had happened. The hospital had suspected but had not been willing to take the risk of a formal accusation. Easier to move him quietly, to protect their reputation, to let him become someone else's liability. And now he was at another hospital, with another set of vulnerable patients, and the pattern would likely continue because no one had been willing to stop it definitively. She thought about going to the police, about making a formal report. But what would she report? That she had a bad feeling? That patients died in a hospital? The supervisor had said there was a review and nothing was found. Mara had no evidence that would stand up to scrutiny. She had suspicions, observations, instinct. None of that would be enough. So she did nothing. And the doing nothing felt like complicity, like she had betrayed every patient who had died under Evan's care. She carried that with her through every shift, a weight that never lightened, a knowledge that she had seen something and had not been brave enough or certain enough to act on it. Evan Calder settled into his new position without incident. He was welcomed by his new colleagues, who found him to be professional and capable. Within weeks, he was taking on the most challenging patients, volunteering for the shifts no one else wanted. His supervisors praised his work ethic. His patients, the ones who survived, spoke well of him. And late at night, in the quiet hours when the hospital dimmed its lights and most people slept, Evan moved through the hallways with practiced ease, carrying his clipboard and his small cups of medication, his face calm and unremarkable, his presence so ordinary that no one thought to question it. The contract held. The belief persisted. The uniform and the badge and the institutional setting created a shield that was almost impenetrable. Because to question Evan was to question the entire system, to suggest that the mechanisms designed to protect patients had failed so fundamentally that a predator could operate openly among them. That possibility was too disturbing for most people to entertain seriously. So the hallways stayed quiet, and the monitors kept beeping, and people continued to surrender themselves to the care of strangers, trusting that someone was watching over them, trusting that the promise of safety was something more than a promise. Most nights it was, but not every night. And the nights when it was not, when harm wore scrubs and carried a badge and moved with the confidence of someone who had never been stopped, those nights left marks that no one could see, but everyone, somehow, felt. The second hospital where Evan worked was larger than the first, a regional medical center that served 5 counties and employed over 2,000 people. It had a trauma center and a cardiac unit and specialized wings for oncology and neurology. The building itself was newer, with better lighting and wider hallways, but the essential nature of the place was the same. People came here when they were broken, and they trusted the institution to put them back together. Evan was assigned to the cardiac unit, working the overnight shift from 11 at night until 7 in the morning. These were the hours when the hospital transformed, when the bustle of daytime faded into something quieter and more intimate. Families went home. Visitors left. The patients who remained were the ones too sick to leave, tethered to monitors and 4 lines, their bodies on display through the mechanics of modern medicine. The night shift had its own culture, its own rhythms. The nurses who worked it were a particular type, people who preferred the solitude, who did not mind the isolation of working while the rest of the world slept. They developed a closeness born of shared experience, of being the only ones awake in a sleeping building, of making decisions without the safety net of administrators and supervisors who kept daytime hours. Evan fit into this culture easily. He was quiet, but not unfriendly. He helped his colleagues when they were overwhelmed, taking on extra patients without complaint. He remembered people's coffee orders and brought in donuts on Fridays. He was, by all accounts, a good coworker, the kind of person you wanted on your team during a difficult shift. But there were moments, small moments, when someone would catch a look on his face that did not quite match the situation. A patient coding, alarms screaming, the team moving in choreographed urgency, and Evan standing slightly apart, his expression not distressed, but almost curious, like he was watching something interesting rather than something terrible. These moments passed quickly, and afterward, people would tell themselves they had imagined it, that stress and exhaustion played tricks on perception. 3 months into his tenure at the new hospital, an elderly man named Richard Brennan was admitted with congestive heart failure. He was 78 years old, a retired postal worker who had lived alone since his wife died 5 years earlier. His daughter visited daily, bringing him crossword puzzles and news about the grandchildren. The doctors were optimistic. His condition was serious but manageable. With the right medication regimen and some lifestyle changes, he could go home in a week or 2. Evan was assigned to Richard's care on a Tuesday night. The daughter had left around 9, kissing her father's forehead and promising to return in the morning. Richard was in good spirits, joking with Evan about the hospital food, asking about the young nurse's life outside these walls. Evan answered politely but vaguely, deflecting personal questions with the ease of someone who had practice. Around 2 in the morning, Richard's monitor began to alarm. His heart rate had dropped significantly. Evan responded immediately, checking the patient, reviewing the readings. Richard was still conscious but confused, asking what was happening, why he felt so strange. Evan told him everything would be fine, that this happened sometimes, that he was going to give him something to help. He administered medication through the 4-line. The medication was not what was needed for Richard's symptoms. It was something else, something that would compound the problem rather than solve it. Within 15 minutes, Richard's heart stopped. Evan called the code, and the team rushed in, but Richard had been designated DNR after a conversation with his daughter earlier that day. The daughter had not wanted him to suffer through aggressive resuscitation if his heart failed. She had thought she was being merciful, sparing him pain at the end of a long life. She arrived at the hospital at 3 in the morning, called by a supervisor who explained that her father had passed peacefully, that the staff had been with him, that he had not been alone. She cried in the small family room while Evan stood nearby, his face appropriately solemn, his voice gentle as he answered her questions about the final moments. "Did he say anything?" she asked. "Was he scared?" "He was not scared," Evan told her. "He just seemed tired. He closed his eyes, and then he was gone." This was not entirely true, but it was the kind of lie that feels like kindness, the kind that families want to hear. The daughter thanked him through her tears, grateful that her father had not suffered, that someone had been there to ease his passing. Evan accepted her gratitude with a quiet nod and then went back to his rounds. The death was reviewed as part of standard hospital protocol. The chart was examined by the Quality Assurance Committee. Everything was in order. The medication administered was documented. The timing was noted. Richard Brennan had been a sick man whose heart had simply given out. Tragic, but not unexpected. The case was closed without further inquiry. Evan continued his work. He took on more patients, more night shifts, building a reputation as someone reliable and unflappable. His supervisors valued him. His colleagues trusted him. And late at night, when he was alone with the unconscious and the dying, he had the freedom to make decisions that no one would question because no one imagined they needed to. But people did notice, even if they did not understand what they were noticing. A respiratory therapist named Grace mentioned to a colleague that she seemed to see Evan a lot during codes, more than seemed statistically normal. The colleague shrugged it off. Night shift, cardiac unit, people coded. That was the reality of the work. Grace let it drop, but the thought stayed with her, a small seed of unease. A nursing assistant named Terrence noticed that certain patients seemed to deteriorate faster when Evan was their nurse. He mentioned it during a smoke break, half joking, saying maybe Evan was bad luck. The other nursing assistants laughed, told him he was being superstitious. Terrence laughed too, but he started paying attention to the assignment board, noting which patients were under Evan's care, watching their trajectories. These observations remained isolated, individual concerns that never coalesced into a larger pattern because the people noticing did not compare notes. They did not sit down together and say, "Have you noticed this too?" They kept their unease to themselves, each person assuming they were the only one feeling it, that to voice it would make them sound paranoid or foolish. This is how institutions protect predators, not through active conspiracy, but through passive fragmentation. Everyone sees a piece of the truth, but no one sees the whole picture. And without the whole picture, each piece seems explainable, dismissible, not worth the risk of speaking up. 6 months into his time at the second hospital, Evan was working a particularly quiet night. Only 4 of the 12 beds on the unit were occupied, and 3 of those patients were stable, sleeping peacefully under the watch of monitors that reported steady heartbeats and normal oxygen levels. The 4th patient was a woman named Angela Cortez, 53 years old, admitted for chest pain that had turned out to be a panic attack rather than a heart attack. She was due to be discharged in the morning. Evan went into her room around 3 a.m. to check her vital signs. Angela was awake, reading a mystery novel on her tablet. She looked up and smiled at him, apologizing for still being awake, saying she had never been good at sleeping in unfamiliar places. "That is common," Evan said, wrapping the blood pressure cuff around her arm. "Hospitals are not exactly restful." "I cannot wait to get home," Angela said. "My own bed, my own pillow. No one waking me up every few hours." Evan smiled, that practiced smile that conveyed warmth without genuine emotion. "Tomorrow morning. Just a few more hours." He took her blood pressure, noted the reading on his clipboard. Everything was normal. Angela was healthy, relatively speaking. She would go home and return to her life, and this would become a story she told at dinner parties, about the time she thought she was having a heart attack, but it was just stress. Evan looked at her for a moment longer than necessary. He thought about how easy it would be to change her story, to make it end differently. A medication error. A small amount of potassium pushed too quickly through the 4. Her heart would stop, and it would look like the doctors had missed something, like the chest pain had been more serious than they realized. But he did not do it. Not because of conscience, but because of risk. Angela was going home in the morning. People would ask questions if she died now. The timing would seem suspicious. Evan had learned to be patient, to wait for the right circumstances, the right patient. Someone sicker. Someone whose death would not surprise anyone. He finished his assessment and left the room. Angela went back to her book, unaware of how close she had come to becoming a statistic, a cautionary tale, a name in a lawsuit. She was discharged the next morning as planned, and she went home to her husband and her cat and her life, never knowing that for a brief moment in the early hours of the morning, her survival had been a matter of calculation rather than care. This restraint, this ability to let opportunities pass, was part of what made Evan so dangerous. He was not impulsive. He did not act out of rage or immediate gratification. He was methodical, selective, patient. He understood that to continue, he had to be careful. He had to choose victims who would not be missed in the right way, whose deaths would fit into expected patterns, who existed in that vulnerable space where tragedy is sad but not shocking. The elderly, the chronically ill, the ones who had already been written off by their own bodies, whose families had already begun the work of letting go. These were Evan's targets, though he would not have used that word. He thought of himself as someone who eased suffering, who made difficult transitions less painful. He had constructed a narrative around his actions that allowed him to sleep at night, that let him look at himself in the mirror without flinching. But narratives are fragile things. They require constant maintenance, constant reinforcement. And sometimes, reality intrudes in ways that cannot be explained away. It happened on a Thursday night in late autumn. Evan was caring for a man named Harold Chun, 82 years old, admitted with pneumonia. Harold was responsive to treatment, his oxygen levels improving, his fever coming down. The doctors expected him to recover fully, to return to the assisted living facility where he had been living since his stroke 3 years earlier. Evan went into Harold's room at 11:30, shortly after the start of his shift. Harold was asleep, his breathing steady and unlabored. Evan checked the monitors, adjusted the 4-drip, made his notations on the chart. Everything was routine. At 1 a.m., Harold's oxygen saturation began to drop. Evan increased the oxygen flow, but the numbers continued to fall. He called for the respiratory therapist, and together they assessed the patient. Harold's lungs sounded congested, more so than they had an hour earlier. It did not make sense. He had been improving. They tried different interventions, different medications. Nothing worked. By 2 a.m., Harold was in respiratory distress, his body struggling to pull in air. The doctor was called. The decision was made to intubate, to put Harold on a ventilator until they could figure out what was happening. But Harold did not stabilize. His condition continued to deteriorate despite aggressive treatment. At 4:30 in the morning, his heart stopped. They called a code, and the team worked on him for 20 minutes before the doctor called it. Time of death, 4:53 a.m. The death was unexpected enough to trigger an automatic review. The chart was pulled, the timeline examined. The quality assurance team looked at every medication given, every intervention attempted. They found nothing wrong. The documentation was perfect. The care had been appropriate. Sometimes, they concluded, patients just crashed. Pneumonia was unpredictable, especially in the elderly. Harold Shun had simply been unlucky. But one person on the review team, a physician named Dr. Sarah Lindholm, was not satisfied with that explanation. She had been a doctor for 20 years, and she had seen a lot of patients die from pneumonia. Harold's trajectory did not fit the usual pattern. He had been improving, clearly and measurably improving, and then suddenly he was not. The shift was too abrupt, too complete. She requested the full medical record, not just the notes from that night, but from the entire admission. She read through every entry, looking for something that would explain the sudden decline. She found nothing conclusive, but she did notice that the nurse caring for Harold that night had been Evan Calder. The name meant nothing to her at first. She looked him up in the hospital directory, saw his employee photo, his credentials, his work history. He had come from another hospital about 9 months ago. She wondered, idly, why he had transferred. People usually did not leave jobs after only a year unless there was a reason. On impulse, she called a colleague who worked at Evan's previous hospital. It was a casual call, framed as a reference check, asking about a nurse who had recently joined their staff. The colleague was quiet for a moment, then said carefully that Evan had been a competent nurse, but that there had been some concerns about patient outcomes on his shifts. Nothing proven, the colleague emphasized. Just enough to make the administration uncomfortable. Dr. Lindholm thanked her and hung up. She sat at her desk for a long time, thinking. 2 hospitals, similar concerns, nothing concrete. But the pattern was there, faint but persistent, like a watermark that only became visible when held up to the light. She went to the chief medical officer and shared her concerns. He listened with a neutral expression, asking questions, taking notes. When she finished, he thanked her for bringing it to his attention and said he would look into it. Weeks passed. Dr. Lindholm heard nothing. She asked the CMO about it once, and he said the matter was being handled through appropriate channels. She did not know what that meant, but she understood it was not an invitation to push further. What she did not know was that the hospital administration was having quiet conversations with their legal team, with their risk management department, with their insurance carriers. The conversations were about liability, about exposure, about the cost of accusations versus the cost of silence. No one used the word serial killer. No one said murder. They talked about patterns and probabilities and the difficulty of proving intent in a medical setting. The decision was made, as it had been made at the first hospital, to transfer Evan rather than confront him. It was the path of least resistance, the choice that protected the institution while avoiding the messiness of investigation and potential scandal. Evan was called into a meeting and told that budget constraints were forcing them to reduce staff on the night shift. He was offered a generous severance package and strong letters of recommendation in exchange for his resignation. Evan accepted without argument. He understood what was happening, even if it was not being said directly. He had been here before. He knew how this worked. The hospital wanted him gone, but did not want to create a paper trail that might expose them to liability. So they paid him to leave quietly, and in return, they would not say anything that might damage his future employment prospects. It was a transaction, clean and efficient. Everyone got what they wanted. The hospital eliminated a problem without admitting there had been a problem. Evan got money and recommendations and the freedom to find another job. The only people who did not get anything were the patients who had died and the families who would never know the truth about how their loved ones had been taken from them. Dr. Lindholm learned of Evan's departure through the staff newsletter, a brief announcement thanking him for his service and wishing him well in his future endeavors. She felt a mix of relief and frustration. Relief that he was gone, that he would not be caring for patients in her hospital anymore. Frustration that the system had, once again, chosen the easy path over the right one. She thought about going to the police, about making a formal report of her suspicions. But she had no evidence that would meet the threshold for criminal investigation. She had concerns, observations, a feeling that something was wrong. That was not enough. The police would need bodies, autopsy reports showing cause of death that could not be explained by natural disease. And those reports did not exist because no one had thought to look, because the deaths had been filed under expected complications of serious illness. So Dr. Lindholm did nothing, joining the ranks of people who had seen pieces of the truth and had been unable or unwilling to assemble them into action. She went back to her work, seeing patients, making rounds, signing charts. And sometimes, late at night when she was alone in her office, she would think about Harold Chun and the way his condition had deteriorated so inexplicably. And she would wonder how many others there had been, how many deaths that had been accepted as inevitable had actually been something else entirely. Evan took 2 weeks off between jobs, using the time to rest and prepare for his next position. He had already secured employment at a third hospital, a smaller facility in a rural area about 100 miles away. The hospital was understaffed and desperate for experienced nurses. They had been thrilled to receive his application, and they had hired him after a single phone interview. They did not call his previous employers. They did not dig into his work history. They saw his credentials and his experience and his willingness to work night shifts in an area where few people wanted to live, and that was enough. The third hospital was different from the others in ways that would prove significant. It was a critical access hospital, a designation for small facilities in rural areas that served populations that might not otherwise have nearby medical care. It had only 25 beds, a small emergency department, and limited surgical capabilities. For anything serious, patients were stabilized and then transferred to larger hospitals in the city. But for basic care, for monitoring chronic conditions, for the routine crises that come with aging and illness, this hospital was what the community had. The staff was small and tight-knit. Everyone knew everyone. The nurses worked every unit, cross-training because there were not enough bodies to specialize. The physicians were mostly family practice doctors who covered the hospital in addition to their clinic patients. There was no dedicated hospitalist, no intensivist, no robust infrastructure of oversight. People did their best with limited resources, and mostly, it worked well enough. Evan was welcomed warmly. The director of nursing, a woman named Patricia Holland who had been with the hospital for 30 years, was grateful to have someone with his experience. Night shift had been covered by agency nurses, temporary workers who came and went, who did not know the patients or the systems. Having a permanent staff member would bring stability, continuity of care. Patricia gave Evan the orientation herself, walking him through the small building, introducing him to the day shift staff, showing him where supplies were kept and how to access the electronic medical record system. The building was old, with narrow hallways and rooms that felt cramped compared to the spacious modern facilities Evan had worked in before. But it was clean and well-maintained, and the staff clearly cared about their work. "We are like family here," Patricia told him as they stood in the small break room. "Everyone looks out for each other. If you need anything, you just ask." Evan smiled and said that sounded wonderful, that he was looking forward to being part of the team. And he meant it, in his way. He liked the smallness of it, the intimacy. Fewer people to pay attention. Less oversight. More autonomy. In a place like this, a night shift nurse was often the only RN in the building, covering all the patients, making decisions without immediate backup. It was exactly the kind of environment where someone like Evan could operate with minimal interference. He settled into the work quickly. The patient population was older and sicker than average, people with multiple chronic conditions who came to the hospital repeatedly for exacerbations of diabetes, heart failure, COPD. Evan became familiar with the regulars, the patients who cycled through every few months, whose conditions were managed but never cured. One of these regulars was a woman named Dolores Simmons. She was 74 years old, a former schoolteacher who lived alone in a farmhouse 5 miles outside of town. She had severe emphysema from a lifetime of smoking, and she came to the hospital whenever her breathing got bad enough that she could not manage at home. The staff knew her well. She was sharp-minded and stubborn, refusing to move to assisted living, insisting she would die in her own house. Evan took care of Dolores during several of her admissions. She was not an easy patient. She complained about the food, the temperature of the room, the quality of the television programming. She was demanding and particular, and some of the nurses found her difficult. But Evan was patient with her, responding to her requests without visible frustration, adjusting her pillows and bringing her extra blankets, and listening to her stories about the school children she had taught decades ago. Dolores seemed to like him. She told Patricia that the new night nurse was a good one, that he actually paid attention instead of just going through the motions. Patricia was pleased. Good feedback from Dolores was rare. But there were things about Evan that Dolores did not know, could not know. The way he looked at her when she was sleeping, her chest rising and falling with the labored breaths that even medication could not fully ease. The calculations he made about how much longer she might live, how much of that life would be suffering, whether anyone would really miss her beyond the perfunctory sadness of her distant relatives who visited once a year at Christmas. Evan did not act on these thoughts with Dolores. She was too visible, too known. Her death would be noticed in a community this small. People would talk. They would wonder. It was not worth the risk. So he provided her with competent care, and she went home each time, breathing her difficult breaths, living her diminished life, unaware that she had been weighed and measured and found to be too dangerous to kill. Others were not so fortunate. Over the course of his first year at the rural hospital, 4 patients died on Evan's shifts who had not been expected to die. They were all elderly, all seriously ill, but their deaths came sooner than the doctors had predicted, during shifts when Evan was the only nurse on duty. The first was a man with advanced kidney disease. He had been stable, scheduled for transfer to a dialysis center in the morning. He died at 3 a.m., cardiac arrest, resuscitation unsuccessful. The autopsy showed what the doctors expected. A sick man whose kidneys had finally failed completely, triggering a cascade of complications that his heart could not withstand. The second was a woman with end-stage liver cirrhosis. She had been admitted for fluid management, uncomfortable but not critical. She became unresponsive during the night shift, and despite interventions, she did not recover. Her death was attributed to hepatic encephalopathy, a known complication of her disease. The third was a man with metastatic lung cancer. He had been admitted for pain management, his family not ready to transition to hospice but acknowledging that the end was near. He died peacefully in his sleep, or so it appeared. No one questioned it. He had been dying anyway. The fourth was a woman with congestive heart failure who had been improving, whose doctor had talked about discharge planning. She crashed suddenly, and the code was unsuccessful. The death was unexpected but explainable. Heart failure was unpredictable. Sometimes people rallied and then declined. It happened. Each death was reviewed individually, and each was found to be within the bounds of normal, if tragic, outcomes. The hospital was small enough that there was no formal quality assurance committee, just Patricia reviewing charts and occasionally consulting with the medical director. Patricia noticed that Evan seemed to be present for a lot of deaths, but night shift often was. Patients were more vulnerable at night, when they were alone, when their bodies were tired from fighting illness all day. She mentioned it to the medical director, Dr. Raymond Howell, during one of their monthly meetings. "I have noticed Evan's patients seem to have more negative outcomes than average," she said carefully. "I'm not sure if it is just bad luck or if there is something we should be looking at." Dr. Howell reviewed the cases with her. He saw what she saw, a pattern that could be concerning or could be coincidental. "I do not see any obvious errors in his care," he said finally. "The documentation is thorough. He follows protocols. These are all very sick patients." "I know," Patricia said. "It just feels like a lot." "Keep an eye on it," Dr. Howell said. "If you see anything specific that concerns you, let me know. But based on what I am seeing here, I do not think we have grounds for formal action." Patricia nodded. She trusted Dr. Howell's judgment. He had been practicing medicine for 40 years. If he did not see a problem, maybe there was not one. Maybe she was just being paranoid, seeing patterns where none existed. But the feeling did not go away. She found herself checking the assignment sheets more carefully, noting when Evan was on duty, reviewing the outcomes of his patients. She did not find anything definitive, but the unease persisted, a low-level anxiety that she carried with her through her days. Other staff members had their own observations. A nursing assistant named Kelly mentioned that Evan always seemed to be in patient rooms right before something bad happened. A respiratory therapist named Tom said that Evan called him for emergencies more than the other nurses did, as if his patients were more unstable. These observations circulated informally, in break room conversations and parking lot discussions, but they never coalesced into formal concerns. Everyone was busy, stressed, dealing with the chronic understaffing and resource limitations that defined rural healthcare. It was easier to shrug off the unease than to pursue it, especially when there was no clear evidence of wrongdoing. Evan, for his part, was careful. He varied his patterns, spacing out the deaths so they did not cluster too obviously. He chose patients who were sick enough that their deaths would not surprise anyone. He documented meticulously, creating paper trails that showed appropriate care and reasonable clinical judgment. He was friendly with his colleagues, helpful and reliable, building social capital that would make people reluctant to believe bad things about him. This was the armor he wore, the shield of normalcy and competence. And it worked, as it had worked at the other hospitals, because people are predisposed to trust the uniform and the credentials, to believe that someone who has passed the background checks and the licensing exams must be safe, must be good. But armor has weak points, and Evan's weak point was his own psychology. He had constructed a narrative that allowed him to justify his actions, but narratives require constant reinforcement. And sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night when he was alone with his thoughts, the justifications felt thin, inadequate. He would think about the faces of the people he had killed, because that was what he had done. He could admit that to himself in those dark moments. And he would feel something that was not quite guilt, but was not quite satisfaction either. It was more like emptiness, a sense that he had expected something from these acts, some feeling of power or control or relief, and that what he had gotten instead was just the same flat numbness he had felt before. The deaths did not fill whatever hollow space existed inside him. They just added to the accumulation of secrets, the weight of things he could never speak about, never share with another person. He had tried once, obliquely, to talk about it. There was a nurse at the second hospital, a woman named Jennifer who had been friendly with him, who had suggested getting coffee after their shifts ended. They had gone a few times, sitting in a 24-hour diner, tired and wired from the strange energy of night work. One morning, after a particularly difficult shift where 2 patients had died, Evan had said, "Do you ever think about it? About what we do?" Jennifer had looked at him, not understanding. "What we do? We decide," Evan said. "Who gets aggressive treatment and who gets comfort care? Who gets resuscitated and who does not? We make those choices, or we help families make them." "I guess," Jennifer said. "But that is part of the job. We are supposed to advocate for patients, make sure they get the care they want." "But what if what they want is not what is best?" Evan asked. "What if keeping them alive is just prolonging suffering?" Jennifer frowned. "That is why we have ethics committees and family meetings. We do not make those decisions alone." Evan nodded and changed the subject. But he had seen the look on her face, the slight pulling back, the wariness. He had said too much, revealed too much of what he was thinking. He did not make that mistake again. He kept his thoughts to himself, locked behind the pleasant, professional demeanor that everyone found so reassuring. At the rural hospital, he had no close relationships with coworkers. He was friendly but distant, helpful but not intimate. He showed up for his shifts, did his work, and went home to the small apartment he rented in town. He had few possessions, no pets, no hobbies that anyone knew about. His life outside the hospital was as blank and unremarkable as he could make it. The isolation suited Evan. He had never been someone who craved connection or community. Even as a child, he had preferred his own company, spending hours alone in his room while his father worked and his mother deteriorated in her sickness. He had learned early that other people were unreliable, that they left or they hurt you or they demanded things you did not have to give. Better to keep distance, to remain self-contained. But isolation also meant that his thoughts circled back on themselves without interruption, without the distraction of genuine human interaction. In the apartment at night, after his shifts, he would lie in bed unable to sleep despite his exhaustion, his mind replaying the deaths he had caused, analyzing them with a clinical detachment that would have horrified anyone who could see inside his head. He thought about which methods had worked best, which had been smoothest, least detectable. He thought about the mistakes he had made, the moments when he had been almost caught, almost questioned. He thought about the future, about how long he could continue, about whether there would ever come a point where he stopped by choice rather than by force. These thoughts did not distress him exactly. They were more like puzzles he was working through, problems to be solved. The emotional component had been worn away through repetition. The first death had carried weight, significance. The second had been lighter. By the 10th or 12th, they had become almost routine, actions performed with the same mechanical efficiency as changing in 4-bag or administering scheduled medications. This erosion of effect was itself a warning sign, though Evan did not recognize it as such. He was crossing a threshold into a psychological space where empathy had been replaced by something else, something colder and more alien. In the literature on serial killers, this is described as a kind of dissociation, a severing of the normal emotional responses that prevent most people from harming others. But Evan did not read that literature. He did not think of himself in those terms. He was not a killer in his own mind. He was someone who made difficult choices that others were too weak or too bound by conventional morality to make. The delusion was complete and self-sustaining. And it might have continued indefinitely, might have claimed dozens more victims, if not for a series of small accidents and coincidences that finally brought the pattern into focus in a way that could not be ignored. It began with a conversation between two nurses who had never worked together before. One was from the day shift, a woman named Rebecca Torres who had been with the hospital for 6 years. The other was an agency nurse named Linda Chun who was covering a temporary staffing shortage on nights. They overlapped during shift change one evening, and Linda mentioned casually that she had heard several patients had died recently on night shift. "Is that unusual?" Linda asked. "I mean, I know people die in hospitals, but it seems like a lot for a facility this size." Rebecca paused. She had not thought about it in those terms, but now that Linda mentioned it, she realized it was true. There had been a lot of deaths recently, more than seemed normal. "I guess we have had a rough few months," she said slowly. "But these are sick patients. It is not exactly unexpected." "Who is usually on nights?" Linda asked. "Evan Calder, mostly. He is our regular night nurse." Linda nodded and the conversation moved on to other topics. But something about the exchange stayed with Rebecca. She found herself thinking about it later, reviewing in her mind the patients who had died recently. They were all Evan's patients. Every single one. But that made sense, did it not? He was the night nurse. Of course his patients would be the ones who died at night. Still, the thought nagged at her. During her next shift, she mentioned it to another day shift nurse, a man named David Kim. "Have you noticed how many patients have died on night shift lately?" she asked. David looked up from the chart he was reviewing. "Now that you mention it, yeah? Is it more than usual?" "I think so. I am not sure. Maybe I am just paying attention more." "Who was the nurse?" David asked, though he already knew the answer. "Evan." David was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You know, I have noticed something else. The patients who die on his shifts, they always seem to go downhill really fast. Like, they are stable, and then suddenly they are crashing." Rebecca felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. "You think there is something wrong with his care?" "I do not know," David said carefully. "I am not saying that. I am just saying I have noticed it." They both fell silent, aware that they were edging toward an accusation that neither wanted to make. To question a colleague's competence was serious. To suggest something more sinister was almost unthinkable. But the observation had been made, and now it existed between them, a shared unease that neither could fully dismiss. Rebecca decided to do something she probably should have done earlier. She went to the medical records department and requested a list of all patient deaths over the past year, along with the names of the nurses who had been on duty when the deaths occurred. She told the clerk she was working on a quality improvement project, which was not entirely a lie. She was trying to improve quality by figuring out if there was a problem. The list came back 3 days later. Rebecca studied it during her lunch break, her sandwich forgotten as she traced the patterns with her finger. In the past 12 months, there had been 32 deaths at the hospital. Of those, 14 had occurred on night shift. And of those 14, 12 had occurred when Evan Calder was the nurse on duty. 12 out of 14. That was 85%. It could be coincidence. Night shift was when the sickest patients often deteriorated. Evan worked most of the night shifts, so naturally he would be present for most of the night deaths. But 85% felt high. It felt wrong. Rebecca showed the data to David. He looked at it for a long time, his face troubled. "This does not prove anything," he said finally. "But it is concerning. Should we take it to Patricia?" Rebecca asked. David hesitated. Patricia Holland was the director of nursing, and she was fiercely protective of her staff. She did not take criticism lightly, and she certainly would not take kindly to accusations against one of her nurses without concrete evidence. "What are we going to say?" David asked. "That we have a bad feeling? That the numbers look weird? She will ask if we have seen him do anything wrong, and we have not. So we do nothing?" Rebecca asked, frustration creeping into her voice. "I am not saying that. I am saying we need to be smart about this. We need more than just a statistical anomaly. We need something concrete." But concrete evidence was hard to come by. Evan was careful, and his documentation was always perfect. There were no medication errors in his charts, no missed treatments, no obvious deviations from standard care. If he was doing something wrong, he was doing it in ways that left no visible trace. Rebecca and David began paying closer attention to Evan's work, reviewing his charts more carefully, looking for anything that might indicate a problem. They enlisted 2 other nurses, people they trusted to be discreet. The 4 of them formed an unofficial monitoring committee, watching Evan without his knowledge, searching for the proof they needed. Meanwhile, Evan continued his routine, unaware that he was being observed. He came to work, cared for his patients, made his rounds. To all outward appearances, he was the same competent, reliable nurse he had always been. But the atmosphere around him had shifted in subtle ways. Conversations would stop when he entered the break room. People seemed less likely to make small talk with him. He noticed it, but did not understand it, attributing it to the general stress and fatigue that came with working in an understaffed hospital. Then, on a Tuesday night in March, something happened that would finally bring everything into sharp focus. Evan was caring for a patient named Walter Finch, an 80-year-old man with diabetes and heart disease. Walter had been admitted 3 days earlier for a minor infection that had been responding well to antibiotics. He was stable, alert, joking with the nurses about wanting to get home to his wife of 57 years. Rebecca had been Walter's day shift nurse, and she had documented clearly that he was doing well, that his vital signs were normal, that he was expected to be discharged in the next day or 2. She had even called Walter's wife to tell her the good news, that he would be home soon. At 11:30 that night, Rebecca got a phone call at home. It was Patricia Holland, and her voice was strained. "Rebecca, I am sorry to call you so late. It is about Walter Finch. He passed away tonight." Rebecca felt like the floor had dropped out from under her. "What? That is impossible. He was fine when I left. He was stable." "I know," Patricia said. "Evan called me around 10. He said Walter had suddenly become unresponsive, that he could not get him back. By the time Dr. Howell got here, Walter was gone." Rebecca's mind was racing. This was not possible. Walter had been fine. Completely fine. What happened? Did he have a stroke? A heart attack? "We do not know yet," Patricia said. "Dr. Howell is attributing it to a cardiac event, but we will have to wait for the autopsy if the family requests one." Rebecca thanked Patricia and hung up. She sat in her dark living room, her heart pounding. This was it. This was the concrete evidence she needed. Walter Finch should not be dead. There was no medical reason for him to have crashed so suddenly, so completely. Something had happened on Evan's shift, something that had killed a man who should have gone home to his wife. She called David immediately, woke him up, told him what had happened. David was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "We have to go to Patricia. First thing in the morning. We cannot wait anymore." They met at the hospital before their shift started, along with the 2 other nurses who had been helping them monitor Evan. Together, they went to Patricia's office and laid out everything they had observed. The statistical anomaly, the pattern of unexpected deaths, the repeated instances of patients declining rapidly on Evan's shifts, and now Walter Finch, a man who had been on the verge of discharge dying suddenly in the night. Patricia listened with a face that grew increasingly grave. When they finished, she was quiet for a long time. Finally, she said, "This is very serious. You understand that you are essentially accusing Evan of harming patients." "We are not accusing him of anything," Rebecca said carefully. "We are bringing you a pattern that concerns us and asking for a formal investigation." "And you have reviewed his charts?" "Extensively. The documentation is always perfect. If he is doing something, he is doing it in ways that do not show up in the medical record." Patricia sat back in her chair, rubbing her temples. "I need to take this to Dr. Howell, and we will probably need to involve the hospital board. This is beyond my authority." "What about Evan?" David asked. "Is he working tonight?" "Yes, he is scheduled." "Should he be?" I mean, if there is even a possibility that he is harming patients, should we let him continue working while this is being investigated? Patricia looked torn. If I pull him off the schedule without cause, and this turns out to be nothing, we could have a lawsuit on our hands. I need guidance from administration and legal before I make that call. The nurses left her office feeling frustrated and afraid. They had done what they were supposed to do, reported their concerns through proper channels, but now the machinery of institutional response would take over, and that machinery moved slowly, cautiously, prioritizing liability over urgency. Patricia, true to her word, called an emergency meeting with Dr. Howell and the hospital CEO, a man named Richard Strauss, who spent most of his time worrying about budgets and reimbursement rates and rarely involved himself in clinical matters. She presented the concerns that the nurses had brought to her, along with the statistical data showing that an unusual number of deaths had occurred on Evan's shifts. Richard Strauss's first question was not about patient safety. It was about legal exposure. If we investigate this and it becomes public, what is our liability? What if it turns out this nurse has been harming patients under our watch? That is why we need to investigate, Dr. Howell said firmly. We need to know the truth. But carefully, Richard said. Very carefully. If we make accusations and they turn out to be unfounded, he could sue us for defamation, wrongful termination. And if we investigate and find nothing, but the rumor gets out, we could lose community trust. Patricia felt her stomach turn. This was the calculus she had feared, the weighing of reputation and liability against patient safety. What about the patients? She asked. Should not our first priority be protecting them? Of course, Richard said quickly. That is paramount. But we also have to be smart about how we handle this. I suggest we place Evan on administrative leave pending a review of the cases in question. We will tell him it is routine, part of a larger quality assurance process. That way we remove him from patient care without making any accusations. And if he asks why he specifically is being reviewed, Patricia asked, we tell him his cases were selected randomly as part of a hospital-wide audit. We do not tell him about the concerns. We do not tip our hand. Dr. Howell nodded slowly. That could work. But we need to move quickly. If there is any truth to these concerns, every day he works is a day patients are at risk. The decision was made to place Evan on administrative leave starting immediately. Patricia was tasked with calling him before his shift that night to inform him. She dreaded the conversation, but she made the call, keeping her voice neutral and bureaucratic as she explained that the hospital was conducting a routine quality assurance review and that his recent cases had been randomly selected for detailed examination. He would be placed on paid leave during the review, which should take no more than 2 weeks. Evan responded with appropriate surprise and a touch of concern, but he did not sound suspicious or defensive. Is there a problem with my documentation? He asked. If there are errors, I would like to correct them. No, Patricia assured him. Your documentation is excellent. This is just routine. It is actually a good thing that your charts are so thorough. It will make the review go faster. Evan said he understood and would wait to hear from her about when he could return to work. When Patricia hung up, her hands were shaking. If the nurses were right, if Evan had been doing what they suspected, she had just tipped him off that the hospital was looking at him. He would know that something had triggered the review. He would have time to prepare, to cover his tracks, maybe even to flee. But what was the alternative? To let him keep working while they investigated? To risk more deaths while they tried to build a case? There was no good choice here, only less bad ones. The hospital hired an outside consultant, a physician who specialized in forensic medicine and medical malpractice, to review the 14 deaths that had occurred on night shift over the past year. The consultant was given access to all the medical records, all the autopsy reports for the cases where autopsies had been performed, all the incident reports and nursing notes. The review took 10 days. The consultant worked methodically, comparing each case against standard medical care, looking for deviations, irregularities, anything that might indicate intentional harm. What he found was both damning and frustratingly inconclusive. In 8 of the 14 cases, the deaths could be fully explained by the patient's underlying medical conditions. These were people who had been expected to die, whose deaths fit the trajectory of their diseases. The consultant found no evidence of foul play in these cases. But in the other 6 cases, including Walter Finch, there were anomalies. Patients who had been stable, who suddenly deteriorated without clear medical explanation. The documentation was perfect, The care appeared appropriate, but the outcomes did not match the expected clinical course. It was possible these were natural deaths, rare complications, bad luck. It was also possible they were something else. The consultant's report was cautiously worded. He could not say definitively that Evan Calder had killed anyone, but he could say that the pattern was concerning, that it warranted further investigation, possibly including law enforcement involvement. He recommended that the hospital not allow Evan to return to work pending a full criminal investigation. Richard Strauss read the report with growing dread. This was his worst-case scenario. If they turned this over to law enforcement and it became a criminal case, the hospital would be in the news. There would be lawsuits from families. The state health department would likely conduct its own investigation. Their reputation in the community would be destroyed. But if they did not report it, and more patients died, the liability would be even worse. After consulting with the hospital's attorneys, Richard made the decision to report the findings to the state medical board and the local police department. The call was made on a Friday afternoon, and by Monday morning, detectives were sitting in a conference room at the hospital, reviewing the same files the consultant had examined. The detectives assigned to the case were experienced investigators, but neither had worked a medical murder case before. This was a small rural county where most crimes were domestic disputes, drug offenses, and occasional theft. The idea that a nurse might be systematically killing patients was outside their usual scope, and they approached it with a mix of skepticism and unease. The lead detective was a woman named Sarah Martinez, 43 years old, with 20 years on the force. Her partner was younger, a man named Kyle Brennan who had been a detective for only 3 years. They spent the first week immersed in medical records, trying to understand the clinical details well enough to identify what might have been intentional versus what might have been unfortunate, but natural outcomes. It was harder than they had expected. Medicine was complex, full of variables and uncertainties. Patients deteriorated for reasons that doctors could not always explain. Treatments that worked for one person failed for another. Death in a hospital, especially among the elderly and chronically ill, was common enough that proving any specific death was murder required evidence that was almost impossible to obtain after the fact. The bodies of most of the victims had been cremated. Autopsies had been performed on only 3 of the 14, and those autopsies had found what the doctors expected to find: sick people dying of their illnesses. Toxicology screens had been basic, looking for common drugs and poisons, but not for the subtle pharmacological interventions a nurse would have access to. Detective Martinez met with the forensic consultant who had reviewed the cases for the hospital. "Help me understand," she said. "If this nurse was killing people, how would he do it?" The consultant considered the question. There are several methods available to someone with medical knowledge and access to medications. Overdoses of sedatives or opioids. Injection of air into 4 lines. Manipulation of critical medications like insulin or potassium. The key is that most of these would be very difficult to detect after the fact, especially if the patient was already seriously ill. "So we are looking for proof of something that is designed to be invisible," Martinez said flatly. "Essentially, yes. Your best chance is to find a pattern so clear that it cannot be explained by coincidence, or to find direct evidence of tampering with medications or equipment, or to get a confession." Martinez did not hold out much hope for a confession. People who were smart enough to commit undetectable murders were usually smart enough not to admit to them. But she had to try. She needed to interview Evan Calder, to see if he would make any admissions or reveal anything through his demeanor or his answers. The interview was scheduled for a Tuesday morning at the police station. Evan arrived on time, dressed in clean casual clothes, his face calm and cooperative. He had not brought a lawyer, which Martinez found interesting. Guilty people usually brought lawyers. But sometimes sociopaths came alone, confident in their ability to manipulate the situation. Martinez and Brennan conducted the interview in a small room with a table and 3 chairs. They started with routine questions, establishing Evan's background, his work history, his training. Evan answered everything easily, his voice steady, his body language relaxed. Then Martinez shifted to the specific deaths. "We are looking into some patient deaths that occurred on your shifts at the hospital," she said, watching his face carefully. "We are trying to understand what happened." "Of course," Evan said. "I will help however I can. Which patients are you asking about?" Martinez named Walter Finch first, the man who had been stable and then suddenly died. Can you walk me through what happened that night? Evan did, calmly and clearly. He described checking on Walter at the start of his shift, finding him stable, vital signs normal. He described returning to Walter's room around 10 o'clock to administer scheduled medications and finding him unresponsive. He described calling the doctor, attempting to resuscitate, documenting the time of death. His account matched what was in the medical record exactly. Did anything unusual happen that night? Martinez asked. Anything that might explain why Mr. Finch deteriorated so suddenly? Not that I could identify, Evans said. Sometimes patients crash without warning. It is one of the difficult realities of working in healthcare. You do everything right, and they still die. Martinez asked about the other 5 deaths that the consultant had flagged as suspicious. Evans' answers were consistent. He had provided appropriate care. The patients had deteriorated despite his efforts. He had documented everything thoroughly. He showed no signs of nervousness, no tells that might indicate deception. After 2 hours, Martinez ended the interview. She had learned nothing useful. Evan had either told the truth, or he was an exceptionally skilled liar. She suspected the latter, but could not prove it. Over the following weeks, Martinez and Brennan interviewed everyone who had worked with Evan: nurses, doctors, nursing assistants, the hospital administrators. They heard the same things repeatedly. Evan was competent, reliable, professional. A few people mentioned feeling vaguely uncomfortable around him, but no one could articulate why. No one had seen him do anything wrong. The investigation stalled. Without physical evidence, without witnesses, without a confession, there was no path forward. The prosecutor reviewed the case and told Martinez there was not enough to file charges. Everything was circumstantial, and the circumstances could be explained by bad luck as easily as by criminal intent. Martinez was frustrated but not surprised. She had known from the beginning this would be a difficult case. She kept the file open, kept hoping something new would emerge, but as months passed, the likelihood of that diminished. Evan, meanwhile, was living in a strange kind of limbo. He was not working, not earning income beyond the limited administrative leave pay that had run out after the first month. The hospital had made it clear he would not be returning to his position there, but they had not fired him outright, wary of a wrongful termination lawsuit. He had applied to other hospitals, but background checks now turned up the police investigation, and no one wanted to take the risk of hiring him. His money ran out. He fell behind on rent. He started working at a grocery store, stocking shelves overnight, a humiliating fall from the professional status he had enjoyed as a nurse. His co-workers at the grocery store knew nothing of his history, and he intended to keep it that way. But the isolation and the loss of identity wore on him. He had defined himself by his work, by the power and autonomy it gave him. Without it, he felt adrift, purposeless. The dark thoughts that had always lived in the back of his mind became louder, more insistent. He thought about the patients he had killed, and instead of feeling guilt or fear, he felt something closer to nostalgia, a longing for the sense of control those acts had given him. He started visiting the hospital during visiting hours, walking the hallways as though he were there to see someone. No one stopped him. He looked like any other visitor, and the staff had turned over enough that many people did not recognize him. He would stand outside patient rooms, listening to the monitors beeping, watching the nurses move through their routines, feeling the ache of exclusion. One evening, he struck up a conversation with an elderly woman in the waiting room. She was there visiting her husband, who had been admitted with pneumonia. She was anxious, frightened, and Evan fell easily into his old role, reassuring her, explaining medical terms, offering comfort. It felt good. It felt right. This was who he was, what he was meant to do. The woman thanked him profusely, told him he should have been a doctor, that he had such a good way with people. Evan smiled and accepted the compliment, and later, sitting in his car in the parking lot, he wept for the first time in years. Not from sadness, but from rage and loss and the unbearable weight of being seen as something he was not. He could not go back. The hospital had made that clear. But there were other places, other hospitals, other opportunities. He just needed to be smarter, more careful. He needed to move somewhere far enough away that the background checks might not reach, somewhere desperate enough for nurses that they would not look too carefully. He started searching online for rural hospitals in other states, facilities that were chronically understaffed, that advertised signing bonuses and relocation assistance. He found several possibilities and began crafting applications, carefully editing his work history to obscure the gaps and the reasons for leaving his previous positions. But before he could send any applications, something happened that would change everything. A woman named Margaret Fraser, the daughter of one of the patients who had died on Evan's shift, started asking questions. Her father, Thomas Fraser, had been 79 years old, admitted to the hospital with a mild heart condition. He had been expected to recover and go home. Instead, he had died suddenly on a night when Evan was his nurse. Margaret had accepted the death at the time, grieving but not suspicious. The doctors had told her that sometimes hearts just gave out, that her father had lived a full life. But a year later, she ran into Rebecca Torres at the grocery store. Rebecca had been the day shift nurse who had cared for Thomas before Evan's shift. They chatted briefly, and Margaret mentioned how much she still missed her father, how sudden his death had been. Rebecca's face changed, became troubled. She hesitated, then said carefully, "Did anyone ever talk to you about the circumstances of your father's death?" "What do you mean?" Margaret asked. Rebecca looked around, making sure no one was listening. There was an investigation into the nurse who was on duty that night. There were concerns about several deaths that occurred on his shifts. Margaret felt the blood drain from her face. "What kind of concerns?" "I cannot say much. But if you want to know more, you should contact the police. Ask for Detective Martinez." Margaret went straight to the police station. Martinez was initially reluctant to discuss an open investigation, but when Margaret insisted, when she made it clear she would not leave until she got answers, Martinez relented. She told Margaret about the pattern of deaths, the suspicions, the lack of evidence. Margaret left the police station in a state of shock and fury. Her father might have been murdered. Someone might have killed him, and nothing had been done about it. The nurse was walking free, unpunished, possibly preparing to kill again. She hired a lawyer, an aggressive personal injury attorney named Gerald Hastings, who saw the case as an opportunity for both justice and a substantial settlement. Hastings filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the hospital and against Evan Calder personally, alleging negligence and intentional harm. The lawsuit changed everything. Once the legal filing became public record, reporters started calling. The local newspaper ran a story about the investigation, about the pattern of deaths, about the nurse who was suspected but not charged. Other news outlets picked it up. Within days, it was regional news. Within a week, it was getting national attention. Families of other patients who had died at the hospital started coming forward, demanding to know if their loved ones had been victims. The hospital was forced to send letters to dozens of families, informing them of the investigation, offering to review their cases. Many hired lawyers. The hospital's insurance company began settlement negotiations on multiple fronts. Evan, suddenly thrust into the spotlight, found himself pursued by reporters, his name and face plastered across news websites and television screens. He stopped going out, stayed in his apartment, watching his life unravel in real time. His phone rang constantly with calls from journalists asking for comment. He did not answer. The pressure finally broke something in him. Or maybe it clarified something. He had been living in denial, telling himself he had done nothing wrong, that he had been providing mercy, that the investigation was a witch hunt. But seeing his face on the news, hearing himself described as a suspected serial killer, forced him to confront what he had actually done. He called a lawyer, not to defend himself, but to negotiate. He wanted immunity from prosecution in exchange for information. He wanted to confess, but only if it would not result in him spending the rest of his life in prison. The lawyer met with the prosecutor, and negotiations began. The prosecutor was initially resistant. Why should someone who had potentially killed multiple people get immunity? But the reality was that without Evan's cooperation, they would never be able to prove what had happened. The families deserved answers, even if those answers came at the cost of justice. A deal was struck. Evan would provide a full confession, detailing every death he had caused, in exchange for a plea agreement that would cap his sentence at 20 years with the possibility of parole. It was not immunity, but it was less than he would face if convicted of multiple murders at trial. The confession took place over 3 days in a small room at the prosecutor's office. Evan, accompanied by his lawyer, walked through each case methodically. He started with the first death at the first hospital, the elderly man with heart failure. He explained how he had given extra morphine, how he had told himself it was mercy, how he had justified it. Then he moved to the second death, the difficult patient who had yelled at him. This one was harder to explain, harder to frame as mercy. He admitted it had been about anger, about wanting her to be quiet, to stop existing as a problem in his world. He described the escalation, the way each death had become easier, more routine. He talked about the thrill of control, the godlike feeling of deciding who lived and who died. He talked about the justifications that had allowed him to continue, that the patients were suffering, that they were going to die anyway, that he was simply accelerating the inevitable. The prosecutors and detectives listened with a mix of horror and fascination. They had pursued criminals before, violent people who had committed terrible acts, but there was usually some recognizable emotion behind it. Rage, greed, passion. Evan's calm recitation of serial murder was different. It was cold, calculated, almost clinical. He spoke about ending lives the way someone might talk about organizing a filing system. When he finished, the prosecutor asked him how many people he had killed in total. Evan thought for a moment, mentally tallying. 17, he said. Across 3 hospitals over 8 years. 17. The number hung in the air, heavy and obscene. 17 people whose lives had been stolen by someone they had trusted to care for them. 17 families who had grieved deaths they thought were natural, never knowing the truth. The confession was detailed enough to be credible, specific enough to be verified against medical records. The prosecutor accepted it, and Evan pled guilty to 17 counts of manslaughter. The sentencing hearing was scheduled for 2 months later. In the interim, the story exploded across national media. True crime podcasts devoted episodes to it. News magazines ran features. Evan Calder became a household name, synonymous with betrayal and institutional failure. Experts were interviewed about how someone could kill so many people in plain sight, about what warning signs had been missed, about what changes needed to be made to prevent this from happening again. The hospitals where Evan had worked faced intense scrutiny. Investigations revealed that all 3 facilities had suspected problems, but had chosen to transfer Evan rather than report him to authorities. The hospitals were sued by victims' families and eventually paid out millions in settlements. Administrators were fired. New protocols were implemented requiring mandatory reporting of suspicious patient deaths. But none of it brought back the 17 people who had died. None of it erased the betrayal their families felt, learning that someone who wore scrubs and a caring smile had deliberately ended the lives of their loved ones. At the sentencing hearing, several family members gave victim impact statements. They spoke about their grief, their anger, their sense of violation. They asked the judge to impose the maximum sentence allowed under the plea agreement. Evan listened without visible emotion. When given the opportunity to speak, he stood and faced the families. "I know saying I am sorry does not mean anything," he said. "I know there is nothing I can do to undo what I did. I wish I could explain why I did it in a way that would make sense, but I cannot. I think there is something broken in me that was always there, something that made it possible for me to do these things and not feel what I should have felt." It was as close to an apology as he could manage, and it rang hollow in the courtroom. The judge sentenced him to 20 years on each count, to be served concurrently, with no possibility of parole for 15 years. Evan was 40 years old. He would be 55 before he could even apply for release. As he was led away in handcuffs, some of the family members wept. Others sat stone-faced. None of them felt satisfied. Justice, such as it was, felt inadequate in the face of such profound loss. The story of Evan Calder faded from the headlines over the following months, replaced by newer tragedies and fresher scandals. But for the people directly affected, the families of his victims, the colleagues who had worked alongside him, the institutions that had failed to stop him, the impact was permanent. They would carry it with them always, the knowledge that someone who was supposed to heal had instead chosen to harm, and had done so with impunity for years. But Evan Calder's story, as terrible as it was, represented only one variation of a larger pattern. In hospitals and care facilities across the country, other cases were unfolding, some investigated, many not. The mechanisms that had protected Evan, the presumption of trust, the reluctance to accuse, the institutional preference for quiet transfers over public accountability, were not unique to his situation. They were systemic features of how healthcare facilities handled suspicions about staff members. 300 miles from where Evan was serving his sentence, another story was reaching its own crisis point. This one involved a neonatal intensive care unit, the most sensitive and protected environment in any hospital. The NICU is where the smallest and most fragile patients fight for survival, where medical intervention can mean the difference between life and death multiple times in a single day. It is also a place where parents are asked to surrender complete control, to trust that strangers will keep their babies alive when they themselves cannot. The hospital called it the warm room, a nickname that had evolved over years among staff who worked there. The official name was Neonatal Intensive Care Unit 2, but everyone just said the warm room, referring to the carefully controlled temperature needed for premature infants whose bodies could not yet regulate heat on their own. Working in the warm room required a specific temperament. The babies could not speak, could not report pain or distress in any way comprehensible to adults. They could only cry, or not cry, could only exist as small bodies wired to machines that translated their struggling physiologies into numbers and waveforms. The nurses who cared for them had to be vigilant, attentive to the smallest changes, able to interpret subtle signs of deterioration. One of those nurses was a woman named Isla Rowan, though that was not her real name. In the real case files, her name appears hundreds of times, in incident reports and criminal complaints and news articles. But here, she is Isla Rowan, 29 years old, a NICU nurse for 6 years, known among her colleagues as dedicated and reliable, perhaps a little too attached to her patients, but in a way that seemed to come from caring rather than anything unhealthy. Isla was slight and soft-spoken. With dark hair she wore in a practical bun and a face that looked younger than her years. She had wanted to be a NICU nurse since she was 16, after her younger sister was born premature, and spent 2 months in a NICU fighting for life. Her sister had survived, and Isla had watched the nurses care for her with a devotion that seemed almost sacred. She wanted to be that for other families, wanted to be the person who stood between a baby and death. She had been good at it, at first. Her training evaluations praised her gentleness with the infants, her ability to remain calm during emergencies, her willingness to take on the most critical patients. Parents liked her. She would sit with them during the hardest moments, would explain medical procedures in language they could understand, would reassure them that their babies were being watched constantly. But somewhere in the 3rd year of her work, something shifted. The exact moment was impossible to pinpoint, but Isla herself could have told you when it started, if she had been capable of that kind of honesty with herself. It began with a baby boy, born at 24 weeks, so small he could fit in the palm of a hand. His name was Samuel, and his parents were young and terrified, barely able to process what was happening. Samuel struggled from the beginning. His lungs were underdeveloped, his heart had problems, his brain was at risk for bleeding. The doctors gave him a 30% chance of survival, and even if he survived, the likelihood of significant disabilities was high. The parents agonized over whether they were doing the right thing, whether keeping him alive was kindness or cruelty. Isla bonded with Samuel in the way nurses sometimes do with patients they care for overextended periods. She was there for his good days and his bad days, for the small victories and the frequent setbacks. She started thinking of him as hers in a way that was not entirely professional. When she was not working, she found herself worrying about him, wondering if the nurses on other shifts were being careful enough, attentive enough. Samuel died after 8 weeks. His tiny body simply could not sustain the fight anymore. Isla had been there when it happened, had held him as he died, had cried in a way she had not cried for any patient before. The parents thanked her through their own tears, told her they knew she had done everything possible, that they were grateful he had not been alone. After Samuel died, Isla felt hollowed out. She took a few days off, came back to work, tried to resume her normal routine. But something had changed. The other babies in the NICU, the ones who were struggling, started to feel different to her. She looked at them and saw future Samuels, tiny bodies fighting losing battles, parents torturing themselves with impossible decisions. She started thinking thoughts she knew were wrong, but could not seem to stop. Thoughts about suffering, about whether prolonging life was always the right choice, about whether some babies might be better off slipping away peacefully rather than enduring weeks or months of painful interventions with uncertain outcomes. These thoughts stayed abstract for a while, troubling but not actionable. Then came another baby, a girl named Emma, born at 23 weeks with severe complications. The doctors were frank with the parents. Emma's chances were minimal, and if she survived, she would likely have profound disabilities. But the parents wanted everything done, every possible intervention, because they could not face the alternative. Isla was assigned as Emma's primary nurse. She cared for the baby with her usual competence, but inside she was screaming. This was wrong. This baby was suffering. Every procedure caused pain, and for what? So the parents could feel like they had tried everything? So the hospital could bill for expensive interventions? One night, Isla was alone with Emma during a quiet period. The baby was struggling to breathe despite the ventilator, her tiny chest working frantically. Isla watched the monitors, watched the oxygen saturation dip and recover. She thought about how easy it would be to turn down the oxygen flow. Just a little, just enough. The baby would slip away gently, peacefully, without more suffering. She did not do it that night, but she thought about it in detail, walked through the steps in her mind, considered how it would look, whether anyone would notice. The thought became a presence in her head, persistent and seductive. Emma died 3 days later, naturally, her body giving up after one final attempt to breathe. Isla felt something like relief mixed with disappointment. Relief that the baby was no longer suffering. Disappointment that she had not been the one to grant that mercy, that she had let the baby endure 3 more days of pain when she could have ended it sooner. The next baby was different. His name was Jacob, and he was not as sick as Samuel or Emma had been. He was born at 28 weeks, which was early but not catastrophically so. His prognosis was good. He would likely survive, likely go home with minimal complications. But he cried constantly, a thin wailing sound that grated on Isla's nerves during her 12-hour shifts. She tried everything to soothe him, but nothing worked. He just cried and cried. One night, exhausted and irritable, Isla prepared Jacob's feeding. She was supposed to give him a specific amount through his feeding tube, carefully measured, carefully warmed. Instead, she gave him twice the amount, flooding his tiny stomach. Then she injected air into his foreline, just a small amount, not enough to be immediately fatal, but enough to cause problems. Jacob crashed an hour later. Alarms sounded, and the team rushed in. They worked on him for 30 minutes before stabilizing him. The attending physician was baffled by what had happened. Jacob had been doing well. There was no clear reason for the sudden deterioration. Isla stood back during the code, watching, her face appropriately concerned. Inside, she felt a complex mix of emotions. Guilt, yes, but also something darker, something that felt almost like excitement. She had done that. She had caused that crisis, and no one knew. She had power over life and death, and the realization was intoxicating. Jacob survived, was eventually discharged, went home with his parents who never knew how close they had come to losing him or why. But Isla knew, and knowing changed her in ways she did not fully understand. Over the following months, there were incidents. Babies who had been stable would suddenly crash, their monitors screaming alarms, their small bodies going into distress for reasons the doctors could not identify. Most of them survived, pulled back from the edge by the quick response of the medical team. But 3 did not. The deaths were reviewed individually, and each was attributed to the inherent fragility of premature infants. NICU babies died. It was tragic, but not unusual. The parents were counseled, the staff was debriefed, and everyone moved on because what else could they do? The alternative, that someone was deliberately harming these babies, was too monstrous to seriously consider. But a respiratory therapist named James Martinez started noticing a pattern. He did not work in the NICU full-time, but he was called there whenever a baby needed respiratory support beyond what the nurses could provide. He realized that he had been called to the warm room for emergencies an unusual number of times over the past 6 months. More than that, many of those emergencies involved babies who had been stable before suddenly collapsing. James mentioned it to one of the neonatologists, Dr. Rachel Kim. She looked at him with a troubled expression and said she had noticed the same thing. "I have been trying to figure out if there is something we are missing diagnostically," she said. "Some pattern in the babies who crashed that would explain it. But I cannot find one. What if it is not diagnostic?" James asked carefully, "What if it is something else?" Dr. Kim understood what he was implying, and her face went pale. "Do you have any reason to think that? Have you seen anything specific?" James hesitated. "No, just a feeling. The timing feels wrong. The way these babies go from stable to critical so fast. It does not feel natural." Dr. Kim did not dismiss his concern, But she also did not act on it immediately. She needed more than a feeling. She started reviewing the charts of babies who had experienced sudden deteriorations, looking for commonalities. What she found was subtle but present. Isla Rowan had been the nurse on duty for every single incident. This could be coincidental. Isla worked more shifts than most of the other NICU nurses because she frequently picked up overtime. She was often assigned the sickest babies because she was experienced and capable. Of course, she would be present for more emergencies. But the pattern nagged at Dr. Kim. She began watching Isla more carefully during shifts when they overlapped. She did not see anything obviously wrong, but she noticed small things. The way Isla was always very calm during codes, almost detached. The way she sometimes seemed to be in the room moments before a baby crashed, as though she had anticipated it. The way she volunteered to care for the most critical babies, the ones most likely to have bad outcomes. Dr. Kim wrestled with what to do. She had no evidence, just observations and intuition. If she made an accusation and was wrong, she would destroy Isla's career and reputation. The hospital could be sued. Dr. Kim's own judgment would be questioned. But if she did nothing, and babies were being harmed, she would be complicit. She decided to take her concerns to the medical director, Dr. Thomas Wayne, a veteran physician who had been with the hospital for 30 years. She presented her observations carefully, emphasizing that she had no proof, that she could be completely wrong, but that the pattern concerned her enough that she felt obligated to report it. Dr. Wayne listened gravely. Then he asked the question she had been dreading. "What exactly are you suggesting? That this nurse is harming babies intentionally?" "I do not know," Dr. Kim said honestly. "Maybe she is making mistakes. Maybe the stress is getting to her, and she is not being as careful as she should be. Or maybe it is intentional. I cannot rule that out." Dr. Wayne was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "This is an extremely serious allegation. We cannot investigate this quietly. If we start looking into Isla's care and word gets out, the parents of every baby in that NICU will panic. We will have a crisis on our hands." "I know," Dr. Kim said. "But what is the alternative?" "Let me think about this," Dr. Wayne said. "Give me a day or two to figure out the best way to handle it." Dr. Kim left his office feeling a mix of relief and dread. She had reported her concerns. She had done what she was supposed to do. Now it was someone else's responsibility. But she could not shake the feeling that waiting, even a day or two, was a dangerous choice. Dr. Wayne, for his part, immediately called the hospital's legal counsel and the chief executive officer. He explained the situation, outlining the concerns and the potential implications. The CEO's response was predictable. They needed to protect the hospital from liability, which meant they needed to be very careful about how they proceeded. "If we investigate and find nothing, we have exposed ourselves to a defamation lawsuit," the CEO said. "If we investigate and find something, we have exposed ourselves to lawsuits from every family whose baby was in that NICU. Either way, this is a nightmare." "What about the babies?" Dr. Wayne asked. "Should not our primary concern be their safety?" "Of course," the CEO said quickly. "I am not suggesting we do nothing. I am saying we need to be strategic. What if we move Isla to a different unit? Tell her it is for cross-training or professional development. That gets her away from the NICU while we quietly review her cases." This was the same strategy that had been used with Evan Calder, the same institutional reflex to avoid confrontation and minimize exposure. Move the problem, by time. Hope that distance and investigation would provide clarity without scandal. The decision was made to offer Isla a temporary reassignment to the general pediatric unit, framed as an opportunity to broaden her skills. It would be presented as a positive thing, a recognition of her competence. If she accepted, the hospital would gain time to investigate without tipping her off that she was under suspicion. But Isla was not as easy to manipulate as they had hoped. When approached about the reassignment, she asked why it was being offered to her specifically. Why now? The nursing director fumbled through an explanation about staffing needs and professional development opportunities. Isla listened with a neutral expression, then said she would need to think about it. She went home that night and sat in her quiet apartment, thinking. The reassignment did not make sense. She had not asked for it, had not expressed interest in working anywhere but the NICU. Something was happening, something she was not being told. She thought about the recent emergencies, the babies who had crashed, the codes that had been called. She thought about whether anyone might have noticed, might have connected the dots. Fear settled over her, cold and heavy. She had been so careful, but maybe not careful enough. Maybe someone had seen something, noticed something. Maybe they were investigating her right now. She made a decision that night. She would resign from the hospital, effective immediately. She would say it was for personal reasons, give no details, just leave. They could not force her to stay, could not force her to answer questions if she was no longer an employee. The next morning, she submitted her resignation to the nursing director, who was clearly surprised and concerned. "Is everything all right?" the director asked. "Did something happen?" "No," Isla said calmly. "I just need a change. I have been thinking about traveling, maybe doing agency work for a while. I appreciate everything I have learned here." The nursing director tried to convince her to stay, or at least to give more notice, but Isla was firm. She worked her final 2 weeks, during which she was not assigned to the NICU, and then she was gone. Her departure created a problem for the hospital administration. They could not investigate someone who was no longer an employee. They had no authority to compel her cooperation, no leverage to use. They could report their suspicions to law enforcement, but without evidence, police would be unlikely to pursue the case aggressively. Dr. Kim was furious when she learned that Isla had been allowed to resign without any confrontation or investigation. She just gets to walk away? Dr. Kim asked Dr. Wang. "We let a suspected child abuser resign with a clean record? We have no proof she did anything wrong," Dr. Wayne said wearily. "What were we supposed to do? Accuse her publicly without evidence? We were supposed to protect those babies," Dr. Kim said. "And we failed." The hospital did eventually report their concerns to the state medical board and to law enforcement, but by then Isla had left the state. She had taken a position at another hospital in another state, using the reference letters the hospital had provided as part of her resignation package. Those letters described her as a skilled and dedicated NICU nurse. They made no mention of concerns about patient safety. And so the pattern continued, the same pattern that had allowed Evan Calder to move from hospital to hospital. Institutions protecting themselves by quietly removing problems rather than publicly addressing them, thereby passing those problems on to the next unsuspecting employer. Isla worked at the new hospital for 8 months before there were incidents similar to those at her previous facility. Babies crashing unexpectedly, emergencies that could not be fully explained. This time, the hospital's response was different. They had recently implemented new protocols specifically designed to detect suspicious patterns in patient outcomes. An automated system flagged the cluster of emergencies in the NICU, and an investigation was launched within weeks rather than months. Security footage was reviewed. It showed Isla entering patient rooms during the times when babies later crashed. It showed her spending time alone with infants who then experienced sudden deteriorations. The footage was not conclusive. She had legitimate reasons to be in those rooms, but combined with the pattern of outcomes, it was enough to trigger a police investigation. Isla was arrested 4 months later, after detectives built a case that included witness testimony, medical record analysis, and eventually a confession. She admitted to harming babies at both hospitals, claiming she had been trying to end their suffering, that she had believed she was being merciful. The confession was chilling in its calmness, in the way she described acts of attempted murder as though they were medical decisions rather than crimes. She was charged with multiple counts of attempted murder and 3 counts of manslaughter for the babies who had died. At trial, experts testified about the specific ways she had harmed the infants: overdoses of medication, air injected into 4 lines, deliberate disconnection of monitoring equipment. The jury convicted her on all counts, and she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The families of her victims were devastated, not just by the crimes, but by the revelation that the hospital had known, or at least suspected, and had let her resign and move on to another facility. Lawsuits were filed. Settlements were reached. Policies were changed. But none of it brought back the babies who had died or erased the trauma of the ones who had survived her attacks. The cases of Evan Calder and Isla Rowan shared certain elements: the abuse of trust, the institutional reluctance to confront, the pattern of quiet transfers rather than public accountability. But they also represented something specific about medical settings, about the particular vulnerabilities created when people must surrender control to professionals they have no choice but to trust. There were other cases, quieter ones, that never reached the level of public attention that Evan and Isla's did. These were the cases where suspicion remained just suspicion, where patterns were noticed but never proven, where healthcare workers left under ambiguous circumstances and the truth stayed buried in sealed personnel files and confidential settlements. One such case involved a woman named Nora Kells, though as with the others, that was not her real name. Nora worked in long-term care facilities, nursing homes where the residents were elderly and often cognitively impaired, where death was expected and rarely investigated beyond the cursory review required by state regulations. Nora had not started her career intending to harm anyone. She had become a nurse in her 30s after a difficult divorce left her needing to support herself and her teenage daughter. The work was hard but stable, and she was good at it initially. She genuinely cared about the elderly residents, saw them as people with histories and dignity rather than just bodies to be managed. But Nora's personal life was a mess of her own making, though she would not have framed it that way. She drank too much, spent money she did not have, cycled through relationships that always ended badly. The stress of her chaotic personal life began to bleed into her work. She started taking shortcuts, becoming irritable with demanding residents, dreading her shifts rather than finding meaning in them. She also started stealing medication. It began with Ambien, sleeping pills she told herself she needed to manage her insomnia. Then it escalated to pain medications, opioids she would take to numb the constant anxiety she felt about her mounting debts and failing relationships. She was good at hiding it, good at manipulating the medication documentation so the thefts went unnoticed. But stealing pills sometimes meant leaving residents in pain because Nora had taken their scheduled doses for herself. She told herself it did not matter much. These people were old, dying anyway. What difference did it make if they hurt a little more? The rationalization was thin, barely covering the guilt she felt, but she clung to it because the alternative was to confront what she was becoming. The first death that Nora caused was not intentional, at least not consciously. A resident named Dorothy Marsh, 91 years old, with advanced dementia, began choking during dinner. Nora was nearby, heard the commotion, but did not respond immediately. She was high on pain pills she had stolen earlier, and her reaction time was slow, her judgment impaired. By the time she reached Dorothy, the woman had been without oxygen for several minutes. Nora went through the motions of trying to clear the airway, but half-heartedly, almost mechanically. Dorothy died before the ambulance arrived. The death was ruled accidental, a choking incident, a known risk for dementia patients. No one questioned Nora's response time or her actions during the crisis. But Nora knew. She knew she had been too slow, too impaired, too indifferent. She had let Dorothy die, not out of malice, but out of a kind of numb detachment that was in some ways worse than malice. She expected to feel guilty, to be haunted by it. Instead, she felt a strange relief. Dorothy had been a difficult resident, combative and loud. With her gone, Nora's job was slightly easier. The thought was ugly, but Nora did not flinch from it. She was past the point of maintaining illusions about her own goodness. The second death was more deliberate. A resident named Harold Simmons, 83, with a broken hip and increasing dementia, became aggressive during his care. He hit Nora when she tried to change his bedding, a weak blow from a frail old man that barely hurt, but it triggered something in her. All the frustration and resentment she felt about her life, about this job, about everything, focused on Harold in that moment. That night, when she was administering his pain medication, she gave him triple the prescribed dose. She told herself she was just trying to keep him calm, to make him easier to manage. But she knew what she was doing. She knew that much medication could suppress his breathing, could kill him. And when he was found unresponsive in the morning, when the death was attributed to complications from his hip fracture, Nora felt nothing but a dark satisfaction. Over the next 2 years, Nora killed 6 more residents. She used overdoses of medication, sometimes opioids, sometimes sedatives. She chose residents who were difficult or demanding, who made her job harder, who she resented. She told herself they were old, dying anyway, that she was sparing them prolonged suffering. But the truth, which she admitted to herself in rare moments of painful clarity, was that she killed them because it made her feel powerful, because it was a way to exert control over a life that felt completely out of control. The facility where Nora worked had high turnover among staff, minimal oversight, and a culture of just getting through the day rather than providing quality care. Deaths were common and rarely scrutinized. The few times someone mentioned that a lot of residents seemed to be dying on Nora's shifts, the comment was dismissed as observation bias or bad luck. But eventually, someone noticed in a way that could not be dismissed. A new director of nursing was hired, a woman named Sandra Mills who came from a hospital background and was shocked by the lack of protocols and accountability in the long-term care setting. She started reviewing death records systematically, and she saw the pattern immediately. An unusually high number of deaths on Nora's shifts, all attributed to medical complications, but clustering in a way that seemed unlikely to be coincidental. Sandra confronted Nora directly, not in an accusatory way, but in a concerned, professional manner. "I have noticed a pattern," she said, "and I need to understand if there is something about the patients you are being assigned, or something about your shifts, that might explain why so many deaths are occurring when you are on duty." Nora felt her stomach drop. She had been caught, or close to caught. She could deny everything, could feign ignorance or offense, but what would be the point? She was tired. Tired of the lies, tired of the fear, tired of being the person she had become. Instead of denying, Nora asked a question. "What happens if I tell you the truth?" Sandra's expression shifted from professional concern to something harder to read. "The truth about what?" "About what I have been doing." They sat in Sandra's office for 3 hours while Nora confessed. She did not try to minimize or excuse what she had done. She described each death, the medications she had used, the reasons she had chosen those particular residents. She cried, not out of guilt, but out of exhaustion and relief at finally being able to stop pretending. Sandra listened with growing horror. When Nora finished, Sandra said, "You need to tell this to the police. I am going to call them right now." But Nora shook her head. "I am not going to the police. I told you because you asked, because I am tired of carrying it alone. But I am not confessing to law enforcement. You can report me if you want, but I am not going to make it easy for them." Sandra did report it, immediately. Police were called, and Nora was arrested that same day. But she refused to repeat her confession to investigators, refused to answer any questions without a lawyer. Her attorney advised her to remain silent, to make the state prove its case. The prosecutor faced a difficult situation. They had Nora's confession to Sandra, but that was hearsay, likely inadmissible in court. They had the pattern of deaths, but each death had been certified by a physician as due to natural causes or medical complications. Exhuming bodies for toxicology tests was expensive and might not yield useful results given how much time had passed. They offered Nora a plea deal. Plead guilty to 7 counts of manslaughter, serve 12 years, possibility of parole after 8. The alternative was to take the case to trial on murder charges, which would be difficult to prove, but would result in a life sentence if successful. Nora took the plea. She was sentenced to 12 years in state prison, which seemed grossly inadequate to the families of her victims, to the public, to anyone who understood the magnitude of what she had done. But it was what the system could deliver given the limitations of the evidence and the realities of prosecution. The case received local media coverage, but did not become a national story the way Evans and Eastlaws had. The victims were elderly nursing home residents, a population that society tends to view as less tragic when they die, as having lived full lives already. The outrage was muted, the demands for accountability less fierce. But for the families, the pain was no less real. They had trusted the nursing home to care for their loved ones, had believed their parents and grandparents were safe, were being looked after. To learn that a nurse had deliberately killed them, had ended their lives out of convenience and anger and a twisted sense of power, was a betrayal that would never fully heal. The nursing home where Nora worked was sued and eventually closed, unable to survive the combination of legal costs and reputational damage. The residents were transferred to other facilities, many of them distressed and confused by the move, by the disruption of the routines they had come to depend on. Sandra Mills, the director of nursing who had uncovered Nora's crimes, left the long-term care field entirely. She could not reconcile herself to working in a system that seemed designed to make abuse easy and accountability difficult. She became an advocate for nursing home reform, pushing for better staffing ratios, stronger oversight, mandatory reporting requirements for suspicious deaths. But progress was slow. Nursing homes operated on thin margins, dependent on Medicaid reimbursement rates that barely covered costs. Implementing stronger safeguards required money and political will that were in short supply. The most meaningful changes came not from policy, but from individual facilities that chose to prioritize quality over profit, that invested in staff training and retention, that created cultures where concerns could be raised without fear of retaliation. These facilities existed, but they were exceptions rather than the rule. Most nursing homes struggled with the same problems that had made Nora's crimes possible: understaffing, high turnover, minimal oversight, residents who were vulnerable and often unable to advocate for themselves. Nora's case highlighted another aspect of the larger pattern: the role of substance abuse and mental health issues among healthcare workers. Nora had been an addict who used stolen medications to self-medicate her anxiety and depression. Her employers had never noticed, or if they had noticed, they had chosen not to act. There were no routine drug screenings, no wellness checks, no support systems for staff who were struggling. The healthcare industry asks a lot of its workers: long hours, emotional labor, exposure to death and suffering, responsibility for life or death decisions. It provides little in return beyond inadequate pay and limited benefits. The result is burnout, compassion fatigue, and in some cases, the kind of moral collapse that Nora experienced. Not everyone who burns out becomes a killer, of course. Most healthcare workers who struggle with stress or addiction or mental health issues harm only themselves, not their patients. But the system's failure to support its workers creates conditions where some percentage will fail catastrophically, and patients will pay the price. Nora's confession to Sandra Mills had included something that stayed with Sandra long after the case was closed. Nora had said, "I did not wake up one day and decide to become a monster. It happened gradually, one small compromise at a time. I took pills that were not mine. Then I gave pills to patients when I should not have. Then I gave too many pills. Each step felt like a small thing, justifiable in the moment. By the time I realized what I had become, I did not know how to stop." This description of gradual moral erosion was eerily similar to what Evan Calder had described in his confession: a series of small transgressions that normalized larger ones, a slow desensitization to harm, a narrative that justified the unjustifiable until it all seemed almost reasonable. It raised uncomfortable questions about the nature of evil, about whether these people were fundamentally different from the rest of us, or whether they had simply traveled further down a path that anyone could potentially walk. Most people prefer to think of killers as monsters, fundamentally other, because that is comforting. It means we could never be like them, could never do what they did. But the evidence suggests otherwise. Research on ordinary people who commit extraordinary atrocities, war crimes, genocides, abuse of prisoners, shows that under the right conditions, with the right combination of authority, opportunity, and rationalization, many people are capable of terrible things. Not everyone, but more than we would like to believe. Healthcare settings create those conditions. They provide authority in the form of professional credentials and institutional backing. They provide opportunity through access to vulnerable people and lethal means. They provide rationalization through the language of mercy and quality of life and the greater good. Most healthcare workers resist these temptations. They maintain their ethical boundaries despite the stresses and opportunities. But some do not. And the systems designed to catch those who do not are inadequate, hampered by the same factors that made the crimes possible in the first place: the presumption of trust, the reluctance to believe the worst, the institutional incentive to avoid scandal. Nora served 8 years before being paroled. She was released into a halfway house in a city where no one knew her history, required to report regularly to a parole officer, barred from working in healthcare or any position involving vulnerable populations. She got a job stocking shelves at a retail store, the same kind of work Evan had done after being forced out of nursing. She lived quietly, kept to herself, attended mandated therapy sessions where she talked about her crimes with a detachment that troubled her therapist. She seemed to understand intellectually that what she had done was wrong, but the emotional connection to that understanding was missing. She was sorry in an abstract way, sorry that she had destroyed her own life and hurt other people, but not sorry in the deep, visceral way that might indicate genuine remorse. Her therapist noted in his records that Nora presented as someone who had been fundamentally altered by her experiences, who had lost some essential part of her humanity and did not seem interested in reclaiming it. She went through the motions of rehabilitation because that was what was required for her to remain free, but there was no real transformation, no redemption arc. This was perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these cases. The ordinariness of the perpetrators, the absence of dramatic transformation or awakening. They were not monsters who became human again through suffering and reflection. They were humans who had done monstrous things and who remained, afterward, much as they had been before, just older and more cautious. The families of Nora's victims tried to find meaning in what had happened, tried to extract some lesson or purpose from their grief. Some became advocates for nursing home reform. Others withdrew, unable to engage with the systems that had failed their loved ones. A few tried to forgive, not because they thought Nora deserved it, but because carrying hatred felt like too heavy a burden. But forgiveness was complicated by the fact that Nora had never asked for it, had never expressed the kind of remorse that might make forgiveness feel meaningful. She had confessed, had accepted her punishment, but she had not offered the families anything that might help them heal. Her confession had been for herself, an unburdening, not an apology. This absence of meaningful remorse was another common thread across these cases. Evan, Isla, Nora, all had confessed eventually, but none had done so in a way that prioritized the needs of their victims or their victims' families. Their confessions were transactional, strategic, or self-serving. They provided information but not accountability, facts but not healing. The families were left to construct their own narratives, their own meanings, from the fragments they had been given. Some found solace in religion, believing their loved ones were at peace, beyond suffering. Others found it in anger, in activism, in trying to prevent future tragedies. Still others found nothing, just lived with the wound, carrying it through their days like a weight that never lightened. There was another category of harm within healthcare settings, one that operated differently from the cases of Evan, Isla, and Nora, but shared the same fundamental dynamics of trust and power. This involved not direct killing but a different kind of predation, one that left victims alive but damaged, their trust in medical professionals shattered, their bodies violated in ways that medicine was supposed to protect against. The case that illustrated this involved a physician, a man who will be called Dr. Julian Cross in this telling, though his real name appears in court records and medical board disciplinary actions in multiple states. Julian was not a hospital employee, but rather a specialist who ran his own practice, seeing patients on referral for complex medical issues that required expertise beyond what primary care physicians could provide. Julian's specialty was neurology, and he was by all accounts highly skilled at diagnosis and treatment of neurological conditions. Patients came to him with migraines, seizures, movement disorders, nerve pain. They came frightened and suffering, hoping for answers and relief. They were predisposed to trust him because he was a doctor, because he had impressive credentials displayed on his office wall, because their own doctors had referred them to him as an expert. Julian was in his mid-40s, handsome in a distinguished way, with graying hair and an expensive wardrobe. He spoke with confidence and warmth, made patients feel heard and cared for. His bedside manner was exceptional, which is why many patients specifically requested him, why his practice was successful despite charging rates that were on the higher end of the specialty. But Julian's interest in his patients was not entirely professional. He had developed a pattern of targeting certain patients, primarily women between the ages of 25 and 45 who came to him with conditions that caused pain or neurological symptoms. He would gain their trust over multiple appointments, establishing himself as someone who understood their suffering, who believed them when other doctors had dismissed their concerns. Then he would suggest treatments that required sedation or medications that impaired cognition and memory. He would tell patients they needed nerve blocks performed in his office, procedures that required them to be partially sedated. He would prescribe medications for anxiety or sleep that left patients foggy and confused. And during these states of vulnerability, he would touch them inappropriately, assault them in ways they might remember only in fragments or not remember at all. The nature of his specialty made this particularly insidious. Patients with neurological conditions often experience strange symptoms, memory problems, altered sensations. If they had vague recollections of being touched inappropriately during a medical procedure, they might dismiss it as a confused memory, a side effect of medication, a misunderstanding of a legitimate examination. Julian relied on this confusion, this self-doubt. He was careful to target patients who were already doubting their own perceptions, who were used to having their symptoms dismissed as psychological or exaggerated. He was also careful to create situations where there were no witnesses. He would dismiss his staff when performing the procedures in question, claiming the patient needed privacy or that he preferred to work without interruptions. This went on for years. Julian saw hundreds of patients, and he victimized dozens of them, leaving a trail of trauma that many of his victims did not even fully recognize as such. They would leave his office feeling violated but uncertain, wondering if they had imagined it, if they were being unreasonable, if this was just the uncomfortable reality of medical procedures performed on intimate parts of the body. Some victims did speak up, reporting their experiences to the office staff or to their referring physicians. But their complaints were met with skepticism. Dr. Cross was well-respected, established, professional. Surely there must be some misunderstanding. Surely the patient was confused by the medication or misinterpreting a legitimate medical exam. The complaints were noted but not acted upon, filed away in personnel records that no one looked at comprehensively enough to see the pattern. It was only when one patient, a woman named Ashley Parker, refused to let her complaint be dismissed that the pattern finally came to light. Ashley was 32, a lawyer, someone used to being believed and taken seriously. She had come to Dr. Cross for treatment of chronic migraines that had become debilitating. He had been kind and attentive, had prescribed various medications, had suggested a series of nerve block injections that he said might provide significant relief. During the third injection procedure, Ashley was given a sedative. She remembered lying on the exam table, feeling drowsy but not fully unconscious. She remembered Dr. Cross speaking to her in a soothing voice, telling her to relax, that the procedure would only take a few minutes. And then she remembered hands on her body in places that had nothing to do with a nerve block in her neck, touching her in ways that were unmistakably sexual. She said something, tried to pull away, but her body was heavy and uncooperative from the sedative. Dr. Cross had told her it was part of the examination, that he needed to check for referred pain patterns, some medical jargon that made no sense, but that she was too impaired to argue with in the moment. When the appointment ended, Ashley left feeling violated and confused. She went home and tried to make sense of what had happened. She researched nerve block procedures online, looked for any mention of the kind of touching she had experienced. She found nothing. She replayed the encounter in her mind, trying to be objective, trying to determine if she was misremembering or overreacting. But she knew what she knew. She was a lawyer. She was used to evaluating evidence, assessing credibility, and she knew that what Dr. Cross had done was not a legitimate medical procedure. It was assault. Ashley filed a complaint with the state medical board. She provided a detailed account of what had happened, including dates, times, the specific medication she had been given. The medical board investigator was professional but clearly skeptical. They received complaints against physicians regularly, many of which were unfounded or exaggerated. Without witnesses or physical evidence, it would be difficult to substantiate Ashley's claims. But Ashley was persistent. She hired a private investigator to look into Dr. Cross, to see if there were other complaints, other patients who might have had similar experiences. The investigator found 6 women who had filed complaints against Dr. Cross over the past 10 years, complaints that had been filed with various entities, the medical board, the police, his professional liability insurer, but that had never been compiled into a comprehensive case. Ashley contacted each of these women. Some were reluctant to talk, having tried to move on from their experiences, but 3 agreed to speak with her, and their stories were remarkably similar to her own. Procedures performed alone, sedatives that left them impaired, touching that was clearly sexual but presented as medical, a sense of violation followed by confusion and self-doubt. Armed with these additional accounts, Ashley went back to the medical board. She also contacted a journalist who specialized in investigative reporting on medical misconduct. The journalist interviewed the women, reviewed medical records, spoke with experts about whether the procedures Dr. Cross claimed to be performing had any legitimate medical basis. The resulting article was published in a major newspaper, and it opened the floodgates. Within weeks of publication, more than 30 women came forward with similar accounts of being assaulted by Dr. Cross during medical procedures. Some of the accounts went back more than 15 years. The pattern was undeniable. Dr. Cross had been using his position as a physician to access and assault vulnerable women for the majority of his career. The medical board suspended his license pending a full investigation. The police opened a criminal investigation. Dr. Cross hired a high-powered defense attorney and denied all allegations, claiming that the procedures in question were legitimate medical examinations and that any discomfort patients felt was due to misunderstanding the nature of neurological exams. But the evidence was overwhelming. Expert witnesses testified that the procedures Dr. Cross claimed to be performing were not standard practice, that there was no medical reason to touch patients in the ways described. The medications he had prescribed were shown to be stronger and more impairing than necessary for the stated purposes. Most damning was the testimony of his former office staff. A medical assistant who had worked for Dr. Cross for 5 years testified that he had routinely dismissed her from the room when performing certain procedures, telling her the patient needed privacy. She had thought it was odd but had not questioned it because he was the doctor, the authority figure. Looking back, she realized he had been creating opportunities to be alone with vulnerable patients. Dr. Cross was eventually convicted on multiple counts of sexual assault. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison and required to register as a sex offender. His medical license was permanently revoked. The women he had victimized filed civil lawsuits, and his malpractice insurance and personal assets were depleted paying settlements. But the damage he had caused extended far beyond the individual women he had assaulted. Every patient who had ever seen him, even those he had not victimized, had to wonder whether their treatment had been appropriate, whether they could trust their memories of their appointments. The physicians who had referred patients to him felt guilty and betrayed, questioning whether they should have noticed something, should have protected their patients. The case also exposed systemic failures in how complaints against medical professionals are handled. Dr. Cross had been the subject of multiple complaints over many years, but because those complaints were filed with different entities and never compiled into a comprehensive review, the pattern had remained invisible until a victim with the resources and determination to investigate had connected the dots. This fragmentation of oversight was not unique to Dr. Cross's case. Medical professionals are licensed by state boards, credentialed by hospitals and insurance companies, and subject to discipline by professional organizations. But these entities rarely communicate with each other effectively, so a physician who faces complaints in one state can move to another and start fresh, or a physician who loses hospital privileges can continue practicing in an office setting without those restrictions. The reforms that followed Dr. Cross's conviction included mandatory reporting requirements that would create a national database of complaints and disciplinary actions against medical professionals, making it harder for predators to move between jurisdictions and settings without their histories following them. But implementation was slow and incomplete, hampered by concerns about physician privacy and the administrative burden of maintaining such a database. The women who had been victimized by Dr. Cross had varying outcomes. Some found healing through therapy and the validation of seeing him held accountable. Others struggled with trust issues that affected their ability to seek medical care, even when they needed it. Ashley Parker, who had been instrumental in bringing Dr. Cross to justice, left her law practice and became an advocate for victims of medical sexual abuse, working to change policies and support other women going through similar experiences. But even with Dr. Cross in prison, the fundamental dynamics that had enabled his crimes persisted. Patients still had to trust medical professionals with access to their bodies, still had to accept vulnerability as a condition of receiving care. Most medical professionals honored that trust, but the existence of people like Dr. Cross meant that trust always carried risk. The case illustrated another variation of the pattern seen with Evan, Isla, and Nora. The way authority and institutional settings create opportunities for harm. The way complaints are dismissed or minimized until they reach a critical mass that cannot be ignored. The way victims are made to doubt their own perceptions and experiences. It also showed how different types of harm could occur within healthcare settings. How the same dynamics of trust and power could be exploited for different purposes by different people. Evan killed for reasons even he did not fully understand. Isla killed out of a twisted sense of mercy. Nora killed out of anger and convenience. Julian assaulted for sexual gratification and the exercise of power over vulnerable women. The specifics differed, but the underlying pattern was consistent. A person in a position of trust using that position to harm those who had no choice but to be vulnerable to them. And systems that were supposed to protect patients failing to do so, either through active negligence or passive indifference. These were not isolated incidents. Research on medical misconduct suggested that for every case that became public, there were many more that never came to light, either because victims did not report, or because reports were not taken seriously, or because the evidence needed to prove wrongdoing was impossible to obtain. The true scope of harm within healthcare settings was unknowable, hidden behind walls of professional courtesy, institutional liability concerns, and the profound power imbalance between providers and patients. What was known was that it happened more than anyone wanted to acknowledge, and that the mechanisms designed to prevent and detect it were inadequate to the task. Julian Cross's case did lead to some changes in how medical practices were supervised and how complaints were handled, but it did not fundamentally alter the dynamics that made such abuse possible. Patients still had to trust. Doctors still had power. The potential for that power to be abused remained, constrained only by individual ethics and the hope that systems would catch those who crossed the line before too many people were harmed. For the women Julian had victimized, these systemic issues were less important than their individual experiences of violation and recovery. Each had to find her own way forward, had to decide how to integrate this trauma into her life story, how to move past it without letting it define her completely. Some managed this better than others. Some found that speaking out, contributing to his prosecution, gave them a sense of agency that was healing. Others preferred to remain anonymous, to process their experiences privately without the additional trauma of public disclosure. But all of them had to live with the knowledge that they had been betrayed by someone they had trusted to help them, that the vulnerability they had accepted as a necessary part of receiving medical care had been exploited in the worst possible way. That knowledge changed them, made them more cautious, more skeptical, less willing to surrender control even when doing so was medically necessary. This was part of the broader harm these cases caused. They eroded trust not just in individual bad actors, but in the institutions and professions those actors represented. Every story of a killer nurse or an abusive doctor made it harder for patients to trust the good nurses and doctors they encountered, made it harder to accept the vulnerability that medical care requires. Healthcare providers who were honorable, who would never abuse their positions, found themselves facing increased skepticism and scrutiny from patients who had heard too many stories like these. They had to work harder to earn trust, to prove they were safe, to overcome the barrier of fear that these cases had created. This was perhaps the most insidious aspect of medical misconduct. It poisoned the well for everyone. It took the relationship between provider and patient, which should be built on trust and mutual respect, and introduced suspicion and fear. It made both sides more guarded, less willing to be vulnerable with each other, and that guardedness made good care harder to deliver. The irony was that the healthcare system needed that trust to function effectively. Patients needed to be honest about their symptoms, compliant with treatment recommendations, willing to undergo uncomfortable or frightening procedures. Providers needed to be able to act with autonomy, to make quick decisions, to have access to patients' bodies and medical information. When trust eroded, both sides suffered. Patients withheld information or refused necessary care out of fear. Providers practiced defensive medicine, ordering unnecessary tests and procedures to protect themselves from liability. The relationship became transactional rather than therapeutic, and everyone involved paid a price. These stories, Evan, Isla, Nora, Julian, represented different manifestations of the same underlying problem. What happens when the people we must trust to care for us in our most vulnerable moments betray that trust? But they were not the only stories. They were simply the ones that had become visible, that had been investigated and prosecuted and made public. For every case that reached the courtroom, there were others that existed only in whispers, in sealed settlements, in administrative actions that never made the news. There were nurses who were quietly fired for medication discrepancies that might or might not have indicated diversion. There were doctors who lost privileges at one hospital and simply moved to another without their history following them. There were nursing aides who were accused of rough handling or neglect, but who were never charged because the victims were too impaired to provide credible testimony. The visible cases were the tip of a much larger iceberg, and what lay beneath the surface was unknowable because the systems designed to track and prevent misconduct were fragmented, under-resourced, and often more concerned with institutional liability than patient safety. One of the recurring features in these cases was the role of witnesses who noticed something wrong but did not act on their concerns, at least not initially. These were the colleagues who had uncomfortable feelings about a coworker, who noticed patterns that seemed off, who heard things that made them uneasy, but who convinced themselves they were overreacting or misinterpreting. Mara Ives, the nurse who had suspected Evan Calder, lived with regret about not speaking up sooner, more forcefully. Rebecca Torres and David Kim, who had monitored Isla Rowan, wondered if babies might have been saved if they had gone to authorities earlier, instead of trying to build a case first. Sandra Mills, who had confronted Nora Kells, was haunted by the thought that she might have noticed the pattern sooner if she had been paying closer attention. These witnesses were not villains. They were ordinary people trying to navigate impossible situations with incomplete information and significant risks. To accuse a colleague of harming patients was not a casual thing. It could destroy careers, including your own if you were wrong. It could create a hostile work environment, make you a pariah among your peers. It required being certain enough to risk everything on your suspicions. But certainty was hard to come by. The people who committed these crimes were often skilled at presenting a normal facade, at explaining away anomalies, at making their actions seem reasonable in the moment. They benefited from the presumption of competence that came with their credentials and positions, from the reluctance of others to believe that someone trusted with caring for the vulnerable could be actively harming them. This created a kind of paralysis among potential witnesses. They knew something felt wrong, but they could not articulate exactly what or prove it conclusively. So they watched and worried and ultimately, in many cases, did nothing until the evidence became so overwhelming that it could not be ignored. The question of what should have been done differently, of where the responsibility lay for stopping these predators sooner, was complex and did not have easy answers. Yes, individual witnesses could have been more proactive, could have reported their concerns earlier and more aggressively. But those individuals were operating within systems that were not designed to make such reporting easy or safe. Healthcare institutions had powerful incentives to avoid scandal, to handle problems quietly rather than publicly. When someone raised concerns about a staff member, the typical institutional response was to investigate internally, document carefully, and if the concern seemed credible but unprovable, to encourage the person to resign or transfer rather than face formal discipline. This protected the institution from liability while passing the problem to someone else. Even when institutions wanted to do the right thing, they faced legal and practical constraints. Labor laws protected employees from arbitrary termination. Professional licensing boards required clear evidence of wrongdoing before revoking licenses. The healthcare system was chronically understaffed, making it difficult to suspend or remove workers even when there were legitimate concerns. All of these factors combined to create an environment where predators could operate with relative impunity as long as they were reasonably careful. The system was not designed to catch them, and it actively resisted efforts to expose them because exposure carried costs that institutions were unwilling to bear. Reform efforts following high-profile cases typically focused on creating better reporting mechanisms, stronger oversight, clearer protocols for investigating allegations. These were worthwhile changes, but they addressed symptoms rather than root causes. The root cause was the fundamental power imbalance between caregivers and patients, and the trust that patients had no choice but to extend to the people caring for them. That imbalance could not be eliminated. It was inherent in the nature of healthcare. Sick people, injured people, dying people had to place themselves in the hands of professionals who had knowledge and skills they did not possess. There was no way around that reality. The question was how to create safeguards that protected patients without making it impossible for healthcare providers to do their jobs effectively. Some reforms focused on transparency, on making information about providers' disciplinary histories publicly available so patients could make informed choices about who to trust with their care. But these efforts ran up against privacy concerns and the reality that many patients had limited choice about their providers, especially in rural areas or when dealing with specialized care. Other reforms focused on creating systems for reporting concerns that protected whistleblowers from retaliation and ensured that complaints were taken seriously and investigated thoroughly. But these systems were only as good as the people implementing them, and institutional cultures of protecting the institution over protecting patients were deeply entrenched. Perhaps the most promising reforms were those that focused on changing workplace culture, on creating environments where speaking up about concerns was normalized and supported rather than punished. This required leadership that prioritized safety over reputation, that was willing to investigate allegations even when they were uncomfortable or inconvenient, that protected people who raised concerns rather than making them pay a price for doing so. But culture change was slow and difficult. It required sustained effort over years, not just policy announcements and training sessions. It required modeling the behavior you wanted to see, holding people accountable when they retaliated against whistleblowers, demonstrating through consistent action that patient safety truly was the top priority. Some healthcare organizations did this work successfully. They created cultures where staff felt empowered to speak up, where concerns were investigated promptly and thoroughly, where transparency was valued over secrecy. These organizations had better patient outcomes, lower rates of preventable harm, and staff who felt more satisfied and engaged in their work. But these organizations were still the exception rather than the rule. Most healthcare facilities struggled with the same problems that had enabled Evan, Isla, Nora, and Julian to harm so many people: understaffing, high turnover, burnout, financial pressure, and institutional cultures that prioritized efficiency and liability management over deep commitment to patient safety. The families of the victims in these cases often became advocates for change, channeling their grief and anger into efforts to prevent future tragedies. They testified before legislative committees about the need for stronger oversight. They worked with patient safety organizations to develop better protocols. They shared their stories publicly to raise awareness about the risks and warning signs. This advocacy work was important and valuable, but it was also exhausting and often frustrating. Change happened slowly, and even when policies improved, implementation was uneven. The families had to relive their traumas repeatedly, telling their stories to policymakers and journalists and anyone else who might have the power to make things better. Some found this work healing, found purpose in trying to ensure that what happened to their loved ones did not happen to others. Others found it re-traumatizing, a constant reminder of what they had lost and how the system had failed them. There was no right way to grieve or to respond to these tragedies, and families made different choices about how involved they wanted to be in reform efforts. What united them was the desire for some kind of meaning to come from their losses, some sense that their loved ones' deaths or suffering had not been entirely in vain. If stricter oversight prevented even one future incident, if better reporting mechanisms caught one predator before they could harm dozens of people, then perhaps there was some small redemption in that. But the truth was that no amount of reform or advocacy could bring back the people who had been lost. No systemic change could undo the harm that had been done. The families had to live with the reality that their loved ones had been betrayed by people who were supposed to care for them, had died or been violated in settings that were supposed to be safe. This was the cruelest aspect of these cases, the violation of the most basic human trust. We all face vulnerability at some point in our lives: illness, injury, aging, the frailty that comes with being mortal. In those moments, we have to trust others to care for us when we cannot care for ourselves. The social contract says that those entrusted with that care will honor it, will use their power to help rather than harm. When that contract is broken, when the people who are supposed to heal instead hurt, it shakes something fundamental in our understanding of how the world is supposed to work. It makes us question whether we can ever really trust anyone, whether safety is ever more than an illusion we cling to because the alternative is too frightening to contemplate. The cases explored here: Evan Calder's methodical killing of hospital patients, Isla Rowan's attacks on helpless infants, Nora Kels's drug-fueled murders of nursing home residents, Julian Cross's systematic sexual assault of patients. These represented different forms of betrayal, but shared the same core violation of trust. They also shared the same pattern of institutional failure. In each case, concerns were raised but not adequately addressed. Patterns were visible but not fully investigated. Warning signs existed but were rationalized or ignored until the harm became so extensive that it could no longer be denied. This pattern was not unique to healthcare. Similar dynamics played out in other institutions where vulnerable populations had to trust authority figures: schools, churches, youth sports organizations, care facilities of all kinds. Wherever there was a power imbalance and an expectation of trust, there was potential for abuse. But healthcare settings had specific features that made the problem particularly acute. The vulnerability of patients was extreme. They were often unconscious, sedated, in pain, cognitively impaired. The harm that could be inflicted was severe and irreversible. The opportunity for abuse was constant because care required intimate access to bodies and complete trust in the caregiver's intentions. And the consequences of abuse often went undetected because death and suffering were expected in healthcare settings. A patient who died in a hospital did not automatically trigger suspicion. A patient who reported feeling violated during a medical procedure was easily dismissed as confused or overreacting. The normal operation of healthcare created cover for predators, made their crimes blend into the background noise of routine tragedy. This was what made these cases so chilling. Not just what the individual perpetrators had done, but how easily they had been able to do it, how long they had been able to continue, how many opportunities there had been to stop them that were missed or ignored. The question that haunted everyone involved, the families, the witnesses, the investigators, the policymakers, was whether these tragedies could have been prevented. If someone had acted sooner, if systems had been better, if institutions had prioritized safety over reputation, would these people still be alive? Would these victims have been spared? The answer was almost certainly yes, at least in some cases. If Evan Calder had been properly investigated at his first hospital instead of quietly transferred, he might have been stopped before killing 17 people across 3 facilities. If the concerns about Isla Rowan had been taken seriously earlier, fewer babies might have been harmed. If Nora Kells' substance abuse had been addressed, her victims might have been spared. If the complaints against Julian Cross had been compiled and investigated comprehensively, his pattern of assault might have been stopped years earlier. But hindsight was perfect, and the real-time decisions that people faced were murkier, more ambiguous. The witnesses who suspected something wrong could not be certain. The institutions investigating concerns had to balance competing priorities and legal constraints. The systems designed to protect patients were imperfect, under-resourced, fragmented across multiple jurisdictions and entities. This did not excuse the failures, but it contextualized them. The problem was not primarily individual malice or incompetence, but rather systemic inadequacy, structures that were not designed to catch the kind of sophisticated predators who learned to game them. Fixing those structures required more than just better policies. It required a fundamental shift in how healthcare institutions understood their responsibilities, how they prioritized patient safety versus other concerns like reputation and liability, how they supported staff who raised concerns rather than punishing them. It required acknowledging that the presumption of trust that society extended to healthcare professionals, while necessary and usually warranted, could also create blind spots that predators exploited. It required finding ways to maintain that trust while also maintaining vigilance, to believe in the goodness of most caregivers while remaining alert to the reality that some would betray that trust catastrophically. This was difficult, uncomfortable work. It meant living with uncertainty, with the knowledge that perfect safety was impossible, that risk could be reduced but never eliminated. It meant accepting that vulnerability was inherent in being human, in needing care, and that the people we trusted with that vulnerability would usually honor it, but sometimes would not. The stories told here were extreme examples, cases where betrayal was so extensive and egregious that it could not be ignored or minimized. But they existed on a continuum with lesser harms that happened every day in healthcare settings. The nurse who was rough with a patient out of frustration, the doctor who dismissed legitimate concerns, the aide who neglected basic care because they were overwhelmed and understaffed. Not all of these harms rose to the level of criminal conduct, but they all represented failures to honor the trust that patients had placed in their caregivers. They all contributed to the erosion of that trust, made patients more fearful and defensive, made the therapeutic relationship more difficult. Understanding the extreme cases, the Evan Calders and Isla Rowans and Nora Kelses and Julian Crosses, required understanding the continuum they existed on, the way small ethical compromises could lead to larger ones, the way burnout and cynicism could corrode empathy and compassion. It required recognizing that most healthcare workers were doing difficult, important work under challenging conditions, and that supporting them, with adequate staffing, reasonable hours, mental health resources, strong ethical training, was not just good for the workers but essential for protecting patients. Because the alternative to supporting healthcare workers was creating conditions where more would burn out, more would make dangerous compromises, more would cross lines that should never be crossed. The system needed to be structured to bring out the best in people, not to grind them down until they had nothing left to give. After the convictions, after the sentencing hearings, after the media coverage faded, the families were left with their grief and their questions. The most persistent question, the one that many could never fully answer, was simply, why? Why had Evan Calder killed 17 people? He had offered explanations during his confession and its sentencing. Something about mercy, about control, about a brokenness inside him. But those explanations felt inadequate. They described what he had done, but did not truly explain it in a way that made emotional sense. Why had Isla Rowan harmed babies, the most innocent and helpless victims imaginable? Her claims about ending suffering felt like rationalization rather than genuine motivation. A story she told herself to justify actions that had deeper, darker roots. Why had Nora Kells murdered elderly people in her care, people who had done nothing to her beyond being demanding or difficult? Her confession mentioned anger and stress and addiction, but the gap between those common human experiences and serial murder felt unbridgeable. Why had Julian Cross used his position as a healer to assault vulnerable women? The psychology of sexual predation was somewhat better understood than that of killers, but it still raised the question of how someone could betray trust so thoroughly, so repeatedly, with such apparent lack of conscience. The criminal justice system was not designed to answer why questions. It answered what questions and sometimes how questions. Did this person commit these crimes? Can we prove it beyond reasonable doubt? What sentence should be imposed? These were the questions courts addressed. But families needed more than legal accountability. They needed to understand, to make some kind of sense of what had happened, to find a narrative that could contain their grief and rage and help them move forward. The justice system could not provide that, and the perpetrators themselves often could not or would not. Psychologists and criminologists who studied serial killers and predators offered theories. Some emphasized childhood trauma and attachment disorders, the way early abuse or neglect could damage a person's capacity for empathy and connection. Others focused on personality disorders, particularly antisocial personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorder, which could manifest in callous disregard for others and grandiose sense of entitlement. Still others looked at situational factors, the way certain environments and opportunities could enable and even encourage harmful behavior in people who might not have acted on destructive impulses in other settings. The healthcare setting, with its combination of authority, access, and expected suffering, created conditions that predators could exploit. None of these theories provided complete explanations. Human behavior, especially behavior as extreme as serial murder or systematic sexual assault, rarely had single causes. It was more likely a combination of factors: individual psychology, life experiences, opportunity, rationalization, and perhaps elements that would never be fully understood because they existed in the interior life of the perpetrator in ways that could not be articulated or accessed. The families had to make peace with this incompleteness. They would never fully understand why their loved ones had been targeted, why the people who were supposed to care for them had instead harmed them. They could learn the facts of what happened, could see the perpetrators punished, could work to prevent future tragedies, but the why would always remain partially opaque. Some families found meaning through their faith traditions, understanding the perpetrators as manifestations of evil or brokenness in a fallen world, trusting that divine justice would provide ultimate accountability even if earthly justice felt insufficient. Others found meaning through activism, channeling their pain into efforts to protect future potential victims. Still others found no meaning at all, concluded that what had happened was simply terrible and senseless, a random collision of vulnerability and predation that could not be redeemed or explained. They lived with the wound, carried it through their days, found ways to continue existing alongside it without requiring it to make sense. The perpetrators themselves, when they spoke about their motivations, often provided answers that were either too simple or too complex to be satisfying. Evan Calder talked about wanting to end suffering, but he had killed people who were not suffering, who were expected to recover. He talked about feeling powerful, but the power he described seemed hollow, unsatisfying. Isla Rowan claimed she was trying to prevent suffering, to spare babies from prolonged medical interventions. But she had harmed babies who were not suffering excessively, who had good prognosis. Her stated motivation did not align with her victim selection. Nora Kells was perhaps the most honest, acknowledging that she killed out of anger and convenience and a desire for control in a life that felt chaotic. But even she could not fully explain the progression from stressed nurse to serial killer. The moment when taking pills that were not hers became giving fatal doses to patients. Julian Cross offered no meaningful explanation at all. He denied wrongdoing throughout his trial, and even after conviction, he maintained that he had been providing legitimate medical care. His refusal to acknowledge his crimes, much less explain them, left his victims without even the cold comfort of understanding why they had been targeted. This absence of adequate explanation was itself traumatic for many victims and families. They wanted to understand, to have the perpetrator look them in the eye and provide an account that made sense, that allowed them to close the loop on what had happened. But that closure was rarely available. The mental health professionals who worked with these families often emphasized that the need to understand was natural but could become an obstacle to healing if it prevented people from accepting the limits of what could be known. Sometimes the work of grief involved letting go of the why question, accepting that it could not be fully answered, and finding ways to live with that uncertainty. But that was difficult work, perhaps the most difficult part of the healing process. It meant relinquishing the hope that complete understanding would somehow make the loss more bearable, would provide the key to processing the trauma. It meant accepting that some things were fundamentally senseless, that looking for meaning in them was futile. The cases explored here represented different types of harm, different motivations, different victim populations. But they shared certain elements that made them particularly devastating. The betrayal of trust, the exploitation of vulnerability, the institutional failures that allowed the harm to continue. They also shared the element of ordinariness. These were not obviously monstrous people living on the margins of society. They were professionals with credentials and jobs, and colleagues who thought well of them. They moved through the world looking and acting like normal people, even as they committed extraordinary crimes. This ordinariness was part of what made the cases so disturbing. It challenged the comforting narrative that predators are recognizably different, that we would know them if we saw them, that our instincts would warn us away. The reality was that predators often looked exactly like everyone else, that they were skilled at presenting a normal facade, that the warning signs they showed were subtle and easy to miss or misinterpret. This meant that the burden of detection fell largely on systems rather than individuals. No one could reasonably be expected to identify a predator just by interacting with them. The Evan Calders and Julian Crosses of the world were too skilled at deception for that. What was needed was robust systems that could detect patterns, that tracked outcomes across multiple providers and settings, that took complaints seriously and investigated them thoroughly. But building such systems was expensive and complicated. It required data infrastructure, analytical capacity, institutional will, legal frameworks that protected whistleblowers and facilitated information sharing across organizations and jurisdictions. It required prioritizing long-term patient safety over short-term concerns about reputation and liability. Progress was being made, slowly and unevenly. The high-profile cases did lead to reforms. Background check requirements became more stringent. Reporting systems improved. Some states created registries of healthcare workers who had been disciplined or convicted of crimes. Professional organizations developed better guidelines for handling allegations. But gaps remained. The healthcare system was vast and fragmented, with multiple types of providers working in multiple settings regulated by multiple entities. Creating comprehensive oversight was challenging, and predators who were determined and sophisticated could still find gaps to exploit. The families who had lost loved ones to healthcare predators had to live with this reality, that the systems had improved because of their losses, but not enough, not fast enough, not comprehensively enough to guarantee that it would never happen again. Other families would likely experience similar tragedies in the future, despite the reforms, despite the increased awareness. This was perhaps the hardest truth to accept, that vulnerability was inherent in being human, that needing care meant accepting risk, that the people entrusted with that care would usually honor it, but sometimes would not. Perfect safety was impossible. All that could be done was to minimize risk, create strong safeguards, respond quickly and decisively when problems emerged. The work of protecting patients was ongoing, never fully complete. It required constant vigilance, continuous improvement, unwavering commitment to prioritizing safety over all other considerations. It required believing that most healthcare workers were good people doing difficult work, while also remaining alert to the reality that some would betray that trust. This tension between trust and vigilance, between believing the best about people and preparing for the worst, was difficult to maintain. It was tempting to collapse into either naive trust or paranoid suspicion. The challenge was to hold both realities simultaneously, to extend trust while also maintaining appropriate oversight. The stories told here were meant to serve as reminders of why that oversight mattered, why the work of protecting vulnerable people could never be considered finished. They were cautionary tales about what happened when systems failed, when trust was betrayed, when predators were allowed to operate unchecked. But they were also, in a strange way, testaments to resilience. Many of the victims and families had found ways to survive their traumas, to continue living meaningful lives despite what had been done to them. Some had channeled their pain into activism and advocacy. Others had simply persevered, had chosen to keep going even when the weight of what they carried seemed unbearable. This resilience did not erase the harm that had been done or make it acceptable, but it did demonstrate that even the worst betrayals, the most profound violations of trust, did not have to be the end of the story. People could survive, could heal incompletely but meaningfully, could find ways to live with wounds that would never fully close. The nurses and doctors and healthcare workers who had witnessed these betrayals also had to find ways to continue in their professions, to maintain their own capacity for trust and compassion despite having seen how those qualities could be exploited. They had to work alongside new colleagues without constantly wondering if they might be the next predator. They had to care for vulnerable patients without the reassurance of complete certainty that everyone else caring for those patients was safe. This was the burden that the predators left behind, not just the direct harm they caused to their victims, but the broader erosion of trust that affected everyone in the healthcare system. Every patient who hesitated to trust their nurse, every family member who questioned whether their loved one was really safe, every healthcare worker who second-guessed their colleagues. These were all part of the ripple effects of betrayal. Rebuilding that trust required transparency, accountability, and consistent demonstration that patient safety was truly the top priority. It required healthcare institutions to admit when they had failed, to learn from those failures, to make meaningful changes rather than just public relations gestures. Some institutions did this work well, took ownership of their failures, and made substantive reforms. Others did the bare minimum required by law or regulation, more concerned with limiting liability than with genuinely protecting patients. The difference between these approaches was visible in outcomes, in culture, in how staff and patients experienced care. The families who had been affected by these cases often became experts at evaluating healthcare institutions, at identifying the markers of a genuinely safety-focused culture versus one that just talked about safety while prioritizing other concerns. They learned to ask hard questions, to demand transparency, to not accept vague reassurances. This knowledge, born from terrible experience, was valuable but came at an enormous cost. No one would choose to gain such expertise through the loss of a loved one. But having paid that price, many families felt obligated to use their knowledge to protect others, to share what they had learned about warning signs and systemic failures. Their advocacy work, their willingness to speak publicly about their experiences, served an important educational function. It helped other families understand what questions to ask, what concerns to raise, how to navigate a complex healthcare system. It helped healthcare workers understand the patient and family perspective, the fear and vulnerability that came with needing care. But it also required these families to relive their traumas repeatedly, to stay connected to the worst moments of their lives for years or decades. The psychological cost was significant, and some advocates eventually had to step back to protect their own mental health and well-being. There was no right way to respond to these tragedies. Some families needed to fight, to channel their grief into action. Others needed to withdraw, to focus on private healing rather than public advocacy. Both responses were valid. Both represented different paths through impossible grief. What united the families was the permanent change in how they understood the world. Before their losses, most had assumed that healthcare settings were fundamentally safe, that people who wore scrubs and stethoscopes could be trusted implicitly. After, they knew better. They understood that trust had to be earned and maintained, that vigilance was necessary, that bad things could happen in places designed to heal. This knowledge was both protective and burdensome. It might prevent future harm by making them more alert to warning signs. But it also meant carrying permanent wariness, never fully relaxing into the trust that medical care required, always watching for signs of danger. For some, this vigilance became exhausting, interfering with their ability to receive necessary care or to allow their family members to receive it. The trauma of what had happened to their loved one made it difficult to surrender control again, even when doing so was medically necessary. Healthcare providers who treated these traumatized families had to be sensitive to this history, had to understand that apparent mistrust or excessive questioning was not personal, but rather a rational response to previous betrayal. They had to earn trust more deliberately, provide more reassurance, accept more oversight than they might with patients who had not experienced such trauma. This was part of the ongoing impact of cases like Evan Calder's or Julian Cross's. They changed not just the direct victims and their families, but rippled out to affect how healthcare was practiced and experienced more broadly. They made everyone more cautious, more skeptical, more aware of the potential for harm in settings designed for healing. The criminal trials and investigations generated extensive documentation, court transcripts, police reports, medical record reviews, witness statements. These documents told the stories in clinical, legal language, cataloging facts and evidence and procedural steps. But they could not fully capture the human experience of what had happened, the texture of grief and betrayal and rage that the families carried. One family, the Brennans, whose father Richard had been killed by Evan Calder, kept a journal during the investigation and trial. The daughter, Margaret, wrote in it almost daily, trying to process what she was learning about her father's death, about the nurse who had killed him, about the hospital that had failed to stop it. Her entries documented the progression from shock to anger to a kind of exhausted acceptance. Early entries were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How did no one notice? Dad was getting better. The doctors said he would come home. Later entries turned angry. They knew. The hospital knew something was wrong, and they just moved him somewhere else. They let him keep killing people. They're as guilty as he is. The final entries, written months after Evan's sentencing, reflected a different kind of pain. I don't know how to stop being angry. I don't know how to accept that Dad is gone, that he was murdered, that the person who did it will eventually get out of prison and have a life while Dad has nothing. People tell me I need to forgive, to let go, to move on. But how? How do you move on from something like this? Margaret's struggle was echoed in the experiences of other families. The path from trauma to some form of healing was not linear. There were good days and bad days, periods of relative peace interrupted by triggers that brought the grief flooding back. Anniversaries, holidays, courtroom dates, news stories about similar cases. All could reopen wounds that had seemed to be closing. Support groups for families of murder victims helped some people. Meeting others who understood the specific pain of losing someone to violence, of having to navigate the criminal justice system, of living with unanswered questions provided validation and connection. But support groups could also be re-traumatizing, especially when members were at different stages of their journeys and newer members' raw grief reminded longer-term members of their own early pain. Therapy was helpful for many, particularly trauma-focused approaches that helped people process what had happened without being overwhelmed by it. But therapy required resources, time, money, mental energy that not everyone had access to, especially in the early aftermath when people were dealing with funeral arrangements, legal proceedings, and their own shock. The families also had to navigate relationships with the institutions where their loved ones had been harmed. Some maintained complete separation, wanting nothing to do with the hospitals or nursing homes where the tragedies had occurred. Others engaged in ongoing dialogue, working with hospital administrators on policy reforms, participating in safety committees, trying to ensure that their loved ones' deaths led to meaningful change. These relationships were complicated and often painful. Hospital administrators were constrained by legal concerns about liability, by insurance company directives, by competing priorities. Families wanted full transparency and accountability, wanted the institutions to admit fault and take responsibility. What they often got instead was carefully worded statements drafted by lawyers, settlements that came with non-disclosure agreements, changes that felt more cosmetic than substantive. The gap between what families needed and what institutions were willing or able to provide was a source of ongoing frustration. Families felt that hospitals were more concerned with protecting their reputations and limiting financial exposure than with genuinely addressing the failures that had allowed predators to operate. And they were often right. Institutional incentives did push toward minimizing liability rather than maximizing transparency. Some families pursued civil litigation, filing wrongful death lawsuits against the hospitals and the perpetrators. These cases could take years to resolve, requiring families to maintain engagement with the trauma for extended periods. Depositions required them to recount what had happened in excruciating detail. Defense attorneys would question them aggressively, looking for ways to minimize the hospital's responsibility or reduce the damages awarded. The financial settlements that eventually resulted provided some measure of material compensation, but money could not restore what had been lost. Most families said that the litigation was more about accountability than compensation, about forcing the institutions to publicly acknowledge their failures, about creating a record that might prevent future harm. But even successful litigation had limits. Settlements often came with confidentiality clauses that prevented families from speaking publicly about what they had learned through discovery. The institutions would agree to pay money without admitting wrongdoing, allowing them to frame the settlement as a business decision rather than an acceptance of responsibility. This legal maneuvering felt like another betrayal to many families. They had fought for truth and accountability, and what they got was a check and a gag order. The money helped with practical matters: funeral expenses, therapy costs, lost income from time spent dealing with the aftermath, but it did not provide the closure or justice that families had hoped for. The perpetrators themselves were largely absent from this ongoing process. Once convicted and imprisoned, they disappeared from the family's direct experience, existing only as abstractions. Families could not confront them, could not demand answers to their remaining questions, could not get the apologies or explanations they needed. Some families wrote letters to the imprisoned perpetrators, trying to articulate their pain, to make the perpetrators understand the human cost of what they had done. Most letters went unanswered. The perpetrators who did respond often wrote things that felt hollow or self-serving, apologies that seemed designed more to make the perpetrator feel better than to provide anything meaningful to the recipients. Victim impact statements at sentencing hearings provided one opportunity for families to directly address the perpetrators, to look them in the eye and describe the harm they had caused. These statements were cathartic for some, allowing them to finally speak their truth in a setting where the perpetrator had to listen. For others, they felt futile, shouting into a void, addressing someone who seemed incapable of truly understanding or caring about the pain they had inflicted. The criminal justice system's focus on the perpetrator rather than the victim meant that families often felt marginalized in the process. The case was the State versus Evan Calder, not the Brennan family versus Evan Calder. Prosecutors made decisions about plea deals and sentencing recommendations based on what they thought they could prove and what they thought was just, but families did not always agree with those decisions and had limited input. This sense of being sidelined in their own tragedies added to the family's frustration and pain. It was their loved ones who had been killed, their lives that had been shattered, but they were treated as witnesses rather than parties, consulted but not empowered, informed but not included in decision-making. Some jurisdictions had victim advocates who worked to give families more voice in the process, who explained what was happening and why, who helped families prepare impact statements and navigate the complexities of the legal system. These advocates were invaluable when they existed and were well-trained, but they were not available everywhere, and even the best advocacy could not fully address the fundamental power imbalance in how the system treated victims versus defendants. The families also had to contend with public attention, especially in high-profile cases that attracted media coverage. Reporters wanted interviews, wanted to tell the human story behind the legal proceedings. Some families chose to engage with media, hoping that sharing their stories would raise awareness and prevent future tragedies. Others wanted privacy, wanted to grieve without cameras and microphones, without seeing their worst moments turned into content. The media coverage itself was often problematic. Stories focused on the sensational aspects, the nurse who killed, the doctor who assaulted, sometimes losing sight of the victims and their families. Headlines emphasized the perpetrators' names and crimes, relegating victims to footnotes. Families would see their loved ones described simply as a patient or a victim, their full humanity reduced to their role in someone else's story. Some media outlets were sensitive to these concerns, worked to center victims' stories, and respect families' wishes about privacy and coverage. Others were exploitative, pursuing grieving families aggressively, publishing details that families wanted kept private, framing stories in ways that maximized shock value without regard for the impact on those directly affected. The families had little recourse against this kind of coverage. Public interest in the cases meant that media had broad rights to cover them, to publish information that was part of the public record, to pursue stories even when families asked them not to. The only protection was to refuse interviews and hope that the story would move on to the next tragedy quickly enough that the intrusion would be brief. For families who chose to engage with media, there were both benefits and costs. Telling their stories publicly could be empowering, could give them a platform to advocate for change, could ensure that their loved ones were remembered as people rather than statistics. But it also meant opening themselves to public scrutiny, to judgment from strangers, to the permanent presence of their trauma in the public record. Online coverage was particularly difficult to manage. Stories would be shared on social media, where comment sections filled with speculation and judgment, and sometimes outright cruelty. People who had no connection to the cases would weigh in with opinions about what the families should have done differently, how they should be grieving, whether they deserved sympathy or compensation. The families learned to avoid reading comments, to protect themselves from the casual cruelty of internet strangers. But the knowledge that these conversations were happening, that their pain was being discussed and dissected by people who knew nothing about their actual experiences, added another layer of violation. Some families found community online, connecting with other families who had experienced similar tragedies through support groups and forums. These connections could be valuable, providing understanding and solidarity from people who truly knew what it was like. But online spaces also carried risks. The permanence of what was shared, the potential for privacy breaches, the difficulty of knowing whether the people you were connecting with were who they claimed to be. The investigation and trial processes also created divisions within families. Different members had different needs and different views about how to respond to what had happened. Some wanted to pursue every possible avenue of accountability, while others wanted to try to move forward. Some wanted to speak publicly about their experiences, while others wanted privacy. These differences could create conflict and tension at a time when families needed to be supporting each other. Siblings might disagree about whether to sue the hospital. Spouses might have different views about how to honor the deceased's memory. Extended family members might feel excluded from decisions or might insert themselves in ways that felt intrusive. Grief did not automatically create unity, and the additional stress of navigating legal and institutional systems could exacerbate existing family tensions. For Margaret Brennan and her family, these tensions played out around the question of whether to accept the hospital's settlement offer. Margaret wanted to reject it and take the case to trial, to force a public accounting of what had happened. Her brother wanted to accept it, to get the financial compensation and move on with his life. Their mother was caught between them, exhausted by the conflict and the ongoing engagement with the trauma. Eventually, they accepted the settlement, but the decision left Margaret feeling like she had compromised her father's memory, had allowed the hospital to buy its way out of true accountability. Her relationship with her brother was strained for years afterward, both of them feeling hurt and misunderstood by the other's position. These family dynamics were rarely visible in the public stories about the cases. Media coverage focused on the crimes and the perpetrators, sometimes on the advocacy work that families did afterward, but rarely on the internal struggles and conflicts that were part of the aftermath. Yet these private struggles were as real and as painful as the more visible aspects of the tragedies. Therapy helped some families navigate these conflicts, providing a space to process different needs and perspectives, to find ways to respect each other's choices even when they disagreed. Family therapy specifically focused on grief could help members understand that different grief responses were normal, that conflict was often a manifestation of pain rather than genuine incompatibility. But not all families had access to therapy or were willing to engage in it. Some worked through their conflicts over time, finding their way back to each other as the acute phase of grief subsided. Others remained fractured, the tragedy creating permanent rifts that could not be bridged. The children who lost parents to these predators faced particular challenges. They had to grow up with the knowledge that someone had murdered their mother or father, that the person who was supposed to care for them had instead killed them. They had to navigate questions from peers and teachers about how their parent died, decide how much to share, manage the attention and sometimes unwelcome sympathy that came with being a murder victim's child. For younger children, understanding what had happened was developmentally challenging. How do you explain to a 6-year-old that a nurse killed grandpa? How do you help a child process betrayal and institutional failure when they are still learning to trust the world? Parents and caregivers had to find age-appropriate ways to talk about the tragedies, to be honest without being overwhelming, to validate the child's feelings while also providing reassurance. Adolescents faced different challenges. They understood more about what had happened, but they were also navigating their own developmental tasks around identity and autonomy and trust. Having a parent or grandparent murdered by a healthcare worker during adolescence could profoundly affect how a young person learned to trust authority, to engage with institutions, to make sense of a world where people in positions of trust could betray that trust so completely. Some children of victims became advocates themselves as they grew older, speaking publicly about their experiences, working for reform, honoring their deceased parent or grandparent by trying to prevent future tragedies. Others wanted nothing to do with the issue, wanted to build lives separate from the tragedy that had defined their childhood. Both responses were understandable and valid. There was no obligation to turn trauma into advocacy, no requirement to make meaning from senseless loss. Some people healed by engaging with the cause, others by moving away from it. What mattered was that each person found a path forward that worked for them, that allowed them to live with what had happened without being consumed by it. The partners and spouses of victims faced their own distinct challenges. They lost not just a loved one, but a future they had planned together, a shared life that was cut short by another's actions. They had to navigate grief while often also managing practical matters, finances, household responsibilities, supporting children through their own grief. Some partners eventually remarried or found new relationships, which brought its own complications. How do you honor the memory of a spouse who was murdered while also building a new life with someone else? How do you integrate a new partner into a family still marked by tragedy? These were delicate negotiations with no clear roadmap. Other partners never partnered again, feeling that doing so would somehow betray the deceased, or simply not having the emotional energy to open themselves to that kind of vulnerability again. They built lives as single parents or single adults, finding meaning and connection in other ways. The parents who lost adult children to these predators faced a grief that was particularly acute. Parents are not supposed to outlive their children. The natural order feels violated when a child dies before a parent, and when that death is a murder, the violation is compounded. These parents often described feeling that their own purpose had been stolen, that they no longer understood what they were living for. Support for bereaved parents existed through various organizations and support groups, but the specific circumstances of losing a child to a healthcare predator added layers of complexity. The betrayal of trust, the institutional failures, the questions about what could have been done differently. All of these complicated the grieving process in ways that parents of children who died from other causes did not have to navigate. The question of forgiveness arose differently for different families, and there was no consensus about whether it was necessary, possible, or desirable. Some religious traditions emphasize forgiveness as essential for healing, as something done not for the perpetrator's benefit, but for the victim's peace. Other perspectives rejected the idea that victims had any obligation to forgive, that forgiveness should be earned through genuine remorse and restitution rather than extended as a gift. Margaret Brennan struggled with this question for years. Well-meaning friends and some family members suggested that forgiving Evan Calder would help her heal, would free her from the burden of anger. But Margaret did not feel that anger was a burden she needed to be freed from. She felt it was an appropriate response to what had happened, that letting go of it would mean letting go of her father's memory, of the injustice that had been done. She eventually came to a place that was not exactly forgiveness, but was not consuming rage either. She accepted that Evan Calder was a damaged person who had done terrible things, that he would face consequences for those actions, and that her ongoing anger at him was not changing anything about his situation or bringing her father back. She chose to redirect her energy toward advocacy rather than toward hating Evan, but she did not frame this as forgiveness. It was simply a choice about where to focus her limited emotional resources. Other families made different choices. Some did extend forgiveness, finding that it brought them peace in ways nothing else had. They forgave not because the perpetrator deserved it, but because carrying hatred felt like allowing the perpetrator to continue harming them, to occupy space in their hearts and minds that they wanted to reclaim. Still others remained angry, felt that forgiveness would be a betrayal of their loved ones, that the perpetrators should never be released from the weight of what they had done. These families found meaning in their anger, used it as fuel for advocacy, as a reminder of why the work of protecting vulnerable people mattered. There was no right answer, no correct way to process these feelings. Each family, each individual, had to find their own path through the impossible terrain of grief and betrayal. What helped was having space to make those choices without judgment, without pressure to forgive or not forgive based on others' expectations. The long-term health impacts of this kind of trauma were significant. Research on grief showed that losing a loved one to homicide carried higher risks of complicated grief, depression, anxiety, and PTSD than other types of bereavement. The sudden, violent nature of the loss, combined with the criminal justice process and often media attention, created conditions for lasting psychological harm. Many family members developed symptoms consistent with PTSD, intrusive memories of learning about the death, nightmares, hypervigilance, difficulty trusting others, exaggerated startle responses. Anniversaries and triggers could bring flashbacks and acute distress even years after the events. Treatment for these symptoms existed: trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, EMDR, medication for depression and anxiety, but accessing treatment required resources and the capacity to engage in difficult therapeutic work. Not everyone was ready for that work immediately, and waiting lists for trauma specialists could be long. Physical health was also affected. The chronic stress of grief and trauma took a toll on immune function, cardiovascular health, sleep quality. Family members reported increased rates of illness, chronic pain conditions, fatigue. The mind-body connection meant that psychological trauma manifested in physical symptoms, creating a cycle where poor physical health made it harder to address psychological distress, and vice versa. Financial impacts added another layer of stress. Time away from work for court proceedings, therapy appointments, and simply managing grief affected income and career trajectory. Medical expenses for treatment of grief-related health issues added up. Legal fees for civil litigation could be substantial, though many wrongful death attorneys worked on contingency, taking payment from settlements rather than requiring upfront fees. For families who had been providing financial support to the deceased, or who had been receiving such support, the economic impact was immediate and severe. A working adult killed by a healthcare predator left behind not just grief, but often financial crisis for dependents. Life insurance helped when it existed, but it could not fully replace lost income, especially when the deceased had been young with many working years ahead. The combination of psychological, physical, and financial stressors created conditions where families were vulnerable in multiple ways simultaneously. Support systems that might have helped, extended family, community connections, workplace flexibility, were not always available or adequate to the scale of need. Some families found that their faith communities were sources of tremendous support, providing meals, childcare, financial assistance, and most importantly, a community that showed up consistently over time rather than just in the immediate aftermath. Other families found that their religious communities did not know how to handle the specific pain of murder or offered platitudes about God's plan that felt more harmful than helpful. Workplace responses varied widely. Some employers were compassionate and flexible, allowing extended leave, reduced hours, or other accommodations as families navigated their grief and the demands of the legal system. Others were less understanding, treating the tragedy as an unfortunate personal matter that should not affect work performance, creating additional stress as families tried to maintain employment while dealing with overwhelming circumstances. Schools' responses to children affected by these tragedies also varied. Good schools provided counseling support, communicated with parents about concerning behaviors, educated peers about how to be supportive, and made academic accommodations as needed. Less responsive schools expected children to maintain normal performance despite extraordinary circumstances, or handled the situation in ways that called unwanted attention to the grieving child. Social relationships often changed in the aftermath of these tragedies. Some friends proved unable to handle the intensity of the grief and trauma, pulling away or offering unhelpful platitudes. Others showed up in meaningful ways, providing practical support and emotional presence over the long term. Families learned who they could rely on, which relationships could bear the weight of what they were experiencing. New friendships sometimes formed with others who had experienced similar losses. These relationships had the benefit of mutual understanding. Both parties knew what it was like, did not need to explain the complexity of their grief, could be authentic about the ongoing impact without fear of judgment. But they also carried the risk of keeping families stuck in their identity as victims, of making it harder to develop relationships that were not centered on the trauma. The question of how to memorialize the deceased was important for many families. They wanted their loved ones remembered as full people who had lived meaningful lives, not reduced to their role as victims. They created scholarships in their names, planted memorial gardens, established charitable funds, organized annual remembrance events. These acts of memorialization served multiple purposes. They honored the deceased, kept their memory alive in tangible ways. They provided the families with active ways to channel their grief into something constructive. They created community around the loss, bringing together people who had known and loved the deceased. But memorialization also meant ongoing engagement with the loss, a choice to keep it present rather than try to move past it. This worked well for some families and felt burdensome for others. There was no wrong choice. Some people needed to actively remember, others needed to find ways to let go and move forward. The perpetrators' families faced their own difficult journeys. Evan Calder's elderly father had to reckon with his son being a serial killer. Isla Rowan's young daughter had to grow up knowing what her mother had done. Julian Cross's ex-wife had to process that the man she had been married to for 15 years had been assaulting patients throughout their relationship. These family members were secondary victims in some sense, not responsible for the crimes, but profoundly affected by them. They faced shame, social isolation, sometimes harassment from angry community members who held them somehow responsible for their relatives' actions. They had to navigate their own complicated grief, grieving who they thought their relative was, processing the betrayal of having been deceived, managing their own trauma responses. Some perpetrators' families became advocates in their own right, speaking about warning signs they wished they had recognized, about the importance of mental health treatment, about the ripple effects of these crimes on everyone connected to the perpetrator. Their advocacy came from a different place than victim family advocacy, but served a valuable purpose in humanizing a different aspect of these tragedies. Other perpetrators' families withdrew entirely, changed their names, moved to new communities where no one knew their connection to the crimes. They wanted to rebuild their lives without the constant reminder of what their relative had done, and that was understandable even if it meant removing themselves as potential sources of insight about the perpetrator's history and psychology. The communities where these crimes occurred also experienced collective trauma. In small towns like the one where Evan had worked at the rural hospital, everyone seemed to know someone who had been affected. The hospital was a major employer and central community institution. Having it revealed as a place where a serial killer had operated damaged community trust and identity. Town hall meetings were held where residents could express their anger and fear, where hospital administrators tried to explain what had happened and what they were doing to prevent future incidents. These meetings were often tense, with residents demanding accountability and administrators offering carefully worded statements that avoided legal liability while trying to restore confidence. The economic impact on small communities could be significant. Hospitals facing lawsuits and reputation damage sometimes had to cut services or staff. In some cases, they closed entirely, leaving communities without local healthcare access. This created a perverse outcome where the victims were harmed twice. First by the crime itself, then by the loss of healthcare services in the aftermath. Larger cities and institutions weathered these scandals more easily, absorbing the reputational damage and moving on. But even there, the cases left marks. Nursing students learned about them in ethics classes. Hospital administrators revised policies with these cases in mind. News coverage resurfaced on anniversaries or when similar cases emerged elsewhere. The true crime genre's treatment of these cases was complicated. Some documentaries and podcasts handled the stories thoughtfully, centering victims and examining systemic failures. Others were exploitative, focusing on the lurid details of the crimes, using victims' suffering as entertainment for an audience that would never be personally affected. Families had mixed feelings about this coverage. They appreciated when their loved ones' stories were told in ways that might prevent future tragedies, that educated the public about warning signs and institutional failures. They resented when their pain was packaged as content, when the perpetrators were lionized or romanticized, when the focus was on the killer's psychology rather than the victim's humanity. Some families participated in documentaries or podcast interviews, hoping to influence how the stories were told. Others refused all media contact, wanting to maintain control over their own narratives even if that meant the public story would be incomplete. Both choices came with trade-offs. Participation risked exploitation but offered some influence. Refusal protected privacy but meant losing control over how the story would be told. The passage of time brought changes in how families experienced their grief and trauma. The acute phase gradually gave way to something more chronic but less overwhelming. Life went on, not because the loss mattered less, but because the demands of living required attention. Jobs, other relationships, daily responsibilities, all continued and required energy. This return to some version of normal life sometimes brought guilt. How could they laugh at a joke when their loved one was dead? How could they enjoy a vacation when justice still felt incomplete? The idea that they should be perpetually grieving felt wrong, but so did the idea that they could move past it. Therapists helped families understand that healing did not mean forgetting or dishonoring the deceased. It meant learning to carry the loss in a way that allowed for continued living, for joy alongside sorrow, for presence in current relationships and experiences while still holding space for what had been lost. Some families marked this evolution by changing how they engaged with anniversary dates. Early years might involve visiting grave sites, public memorial events, intense private grief. Later years might be quieter, more personal, acknowledgement without consuming sadness. This shift was not linear. Some anniversaries hit harder than others, triggered by current life circumstances or news of similar cases or no apparent reason at all. The families who had become advocates found that their work evolved over time. Early advocacy was often driven by raw grief and anger, focused on punishing the institutions that had failed and preventing similar failures. Later advocacy became more systemic, focused on policy change, education, building sustainable support systems for future victims. This evolution required different skills and different emotional resources. Early advocacy could run on adrenaline and rage. Sustained advocacy required patience, political savvy, ability to work with people and institutions that families might have initially seen as enemies. Some advocates made this transition successfully, building careers around patient safety and victims' rights. Others burned out, stepped back, redirected their energy elsewhere. The policy changes that resulted from these cases were real but limited. Background checks improved but still had gaps. Reporting systems became more robust but still relied on people choosing to report, which fear and institutional pressure often prevented. Oversight increased but remained unevenly distributed across settings and states. Perfect prevention was impossible. As long as humans cared for other humans in conditions of vulnerability and trust, there would be potential for that trust to be betrayed. The goal was not to eliminate all risk, but to minimize it, to catch predators earlier, to create conditions where harm was harder to hide and easier to detect. The families who had paid the highest price for the previous system's failures watched these incremental improvements with mixed feelings. They were grateful that future potential victims might be better protected. They were frustrated that change came so slowly, that each reform seemed to require another tragedy to generate political will. They wondered about counterfactuals that could never be answered. If the current policies had been in place when their loved one was harmed, would they still be alive? If someone had spoken up sooner, acted on their concerns more decisively, prioritized patient safety over institutional reputation, would the outcome have been different? These questions had no answers, and pursuing them too relentlessly could drive a person mad. But they persisted, especially in quiet moments, especially on anniversaries and other significant dates. The families lived with these unanswerable questions alongside their grief, learning to hold both without being consumed by either. As years passed, some of the perpetrators became eligible for parole. This created new trauma for families who had thought the criminal justice phase was behind them. They had to prepare victim impact statements again, had to make their case to parole boards about why the perpetrator should not be released. Evan Calder would not be eligible for parole for 15 years from his sentencing. Families were already dreading that date, knowing they would have to relive the trauma, to argue for his continued incarceration, to potentially face him being released back into society. Nora Kells became eligible for parole after 8 years. The families of her victims organized, wrote letters to the parole board, attended the hearing. They argued that 8 years was not nearly enough time for 7 murders, that Nora had shown insufficient remorse, that releasing her would dishonor their loved ones and potentially put others at risk. The parole board denied her release, but she would be eligible again in 2 years. And again 2 years after that. The families would have to keep fighting, keep showing up, keep making their case, potentially for decades. This aspect of the criminal justice system felt particularly cruel to many families. The sentencing hearing was supposed to bring closure, but parole eligibility meant the case was never truly closed. They could never fully move on because every few years they would be pulled back into it, forced to relive the worst moments, to once again prove that their loved one's life mattered. Some states had laws that allowed victims' families to submit written statements for parole hearings without having to appear in person. This helped reduce the burden, but also meant families had less direct influence over the proceedings. It was a trade-off between protecting their own well-being and maximizing their advocacy impact. Isla Rowan would likely never be eligible for parole given her life sentence. But the families of her victims had to contend with a different ongoing trauma. Seeing her case discussed in true crime media, watching as people debated her psychology and motivations, sometimes encountering online communities that seemed to romanticize her as a misguided angel of mercy rather than recognize her as someone who had attempted to murder babies. The internet's capacity for distortion and reinterpretation of these cases was disturbing to families. Online forums would debate whether the perpetrators had really been evil or just mentally ill, whether the victims had been suffering anyway, whether the crimes were really as bad as the media made them seem. Families sometimes tried to correct misinformation in these spaces, to represent their loved ones as real people rather than abstract victims. But engaging with internet strangers about the murder of their family member was often more traumatizing than helpful, and most eventually stopped trying. The question of public education about these cases was fraught. On one hand, people needed to know that these things happened, needed to understand warning signs, needed to be empowered to advocate for themselves and their loved ones in healthcare settings. On the other hand, creating too much fear could prevent people from seeking necessary care or make the therapeutic relationship impossible. Finding the right balance required nuance that media coverage often lacked. Headlines emphasized the shocking nature of the crimes without adequately contextualizing how rare they were. Stories focused on the predators without spending equivalent time on the millions of healthcare workers who provided excellent, ethical care every day. This created a distorted perception where some people became irrationally fearful of healthcare settings, seeing potential predators everywhere, refusing necessary treatments because they could not overcome their fear. This was an unintended consequence of the increased awareness about medical predators, and it created its own harm. Healthcare providers themselves had to navigate this changed landscape. They dealt with patients who were more suspicious, more questioning, sometimes openly hostile based on generalizations from these high-profile cases. This made their already difficult jobs even harder, creating adversarial dynamics where there should have been therapeutic alliance. Good providers understood that this suspicion was not personal, that it was a rational response to real betrayals that had occurred in healthcare settings. They worked to earn trust through consistency, transparency, and respect for patient autonomy. But it was exhausting to constantly prove that you were not a predator, To have your professional competence and ethics questioned because of what others had done. The healthcare institutions themselves struggled with how to address this history. Some implemented extensive new training programs on ethics and patient safety, on recognizing and reporting concerning patterns among colleagues. Others did the bare minimum required by regulations, hoping to avoid the topic rather than engage with it meaningfully. The difference was visible in organizational culture. Places that took the issue seriously created environments where staff felt empowered to speak up, where concerns were investigated promptly and thoroughly, where patient safety was clearly the top priority. These organizations had better outcomes, lower rates of preventable harm, and staff who felt more satisfied and supported in their work. Places that treated it as a checkbox exercise, something to document for accreditation purposes without genuinely integrating into practice, continued to have the same problems. Staff learned that speaking up was professionally risky, that the institution would prioritize protecting itself over protecting patients, that it was safer to keep your head down and your concerns to yourself. The regulatory and accrediting bodies that oversaw healthcare facilities had also learned lessons from these cases, though implementation remained uneven. Standards for background checks, for reporting suspicious patterns, for investigating allegations had all improved. But enforcement was inconsistent, and facilities that operated in areas with limited oversight could still cut corners. The tension between adequate oversight and excessive regulation was real. Too little oversight allowed predators to operate. Too much created administrative burden that diverted resources from patient care and could actually make care worse by forcing healthcare workers to spend their time on documentation rather than on patients. Finding the right balance required ongoing adjustment, learning from both successes and failures, being willing to modify policies when they proved ineffective or counterproductive. It required acknowledging that there was no perfect system, only iterative improvement toward better protection with fewer unintended negative consequences. The families who had become long-term advocates understood these complexities in ways that those newly affected often did not. They had learned through hard experience that good intentions were not enough, that policies could have unexpected effects, that change required patience and persistence and willingness to work within imperfect systems. They mentored newer victim families, helping them navigate the criminal justice system, the media, the complex emotions of grief and rage, and the desire for meaning. This mentorship was valuable, but also painful, as it required advocates to stay connected to the trauma that had shaped their own experiences while helping others through similar pain. Some advocates created formal organizations, 501c3, nonprofits dedicated to patient safety, victim support, or specific reforms. These organizations provided structure and resources for advocacy work, made it possible to pursue systemic change more effectively than individuals could alone. Other advocates worked more informally, simply making themselves available when contacted by families facing similar situations, offering support and guidance based on their own experience. This peer support was invaluable for newly bereaved families who needed to talk to someone who truly understood what they were going through. The therapy and support that advocates themselves needed was often overlooked. They were seen as strong, as having found purpose and healing through their work. But advocacy meant constant re-engagement with trauma, exposure to other families' pain, and the frustration of trying to change systems that were resistant to change. Advocates experienced vicarious trauma, burnout, compassion fatigue. They needed their own support systems, their own therapy, their own communities of care. Those who sustained their advocacy over long periods had found ways to protect their own well-being while doing the work, to set boundaries, to take breaks when needed. The measurement of success in this work was difficult. How do you quantify prevention? If policy changes meant that a predator was caught after 3 victims instead of 17, that was a success in terms of reducing harm, but it still meant 3 families destroyed. If increased awareness meant that one person spoke up about concerning patterns and an investigation happened before anyone was harmed, that might never be known or celebrated. Advocates had to find satisfaction in incremental progress, in small victories that might not feel commensurate with the effort invested. They had to maintain hope that the work mattered even when outcomes were uncertain or invisible. The alternative, doing nothing, accepting that the system was what it was and could not be changed, felt like dishonoring the deceased, like allowing their deaths to be meaningless. For many advocates, continuing the work was itself a form of memorial, a way of ensuring that their loved one's death had some positive impact, however small. But this also meant that stopping the advocacy work could feel like abandonment, like giving up on the deceased's memory. Some advocates who needed to step back for their own health struggled with guilt about that choice, feeling like they were failing their loved one by prioritizing their own well-being. Therapy helped reframe this understanding, helping advocates recognize that caring for themselves was not betrayal, that their own lives and health mattered, that they could honor the deceased in other ways beyond public advocacy. But these intellectual understandings did not always resolve the emotional conflict. The children who had been young when their parents or grandparents were killed by healthcare predators were now growing into adolescents and young adults. They had different perspectives on the tragedies than those who had been adults when they occurred, different memories, different needs. Some chose to engage with the cases as they matured, reading trial transcripts, watching media coverage, trying to understand what had happened with adult comprehension. Others preferred to keep distance, to remember the deceased as they had known them rather than engage with the details of their deaths. These choices sometimes created tension with parents or other family members who had been deeply involved in advocacy. A daughter who wanted to move on with her life without being defined by her grandfather's murder might feel pressure from a mother who had made advocacy central to her own healing. Or vice versa. A young adult who wanted to take up the advocacy mantle might feel unsupported by a parent who had deliberately tried to shield them from it. These generational differences required families to negotiate competing needs, to respect that each person had to find their own path through the shared tragedy. What worked for one generation might not work for the next, and that was okay even when it created friction. The question of how to talk about these cases in public spaces, schools, workplaces, social gatherings, was one that families navigated constantly. In casual conversation, when someone asked how a loved one had died, did you tell the truth? Did you say murdered by a nurse in the hospital? Or did you find some softer phrasing or change the subject? Some families were direct, believing that naming the reality was important, that euphemisms dishonored the deceased. Others were more circumspect, not wanting to make others uncomfortable, not wanting to be forever defined by this one terrible fact about their lives. The responses they got varied. Some people were compassionate and appropriate. Others said thoughtless things, asked invasive questions, responded with fascination rather than sympathy. Families learned to gauge who could handle the information and who would make it worse, learned to protect themselves from well-meaning but harmful responses. The exhaustion of constantly managing other people's reactions to their trauma was real. It meant that families could never fully relax in social situations, always had to be prepared for the conversation to go to difficult places, to manage their own reactions while also managing others. Some families found that their social circles shrunk as a result. It was easier to spend time with people who already knew, who did not need the story explained, who understood the ongoing impact. New relationships required energy for disclosure and education that families did not always have to spare. This social isolation compounded the other impacts of the tragedies. At a time when families most needed support and connection, the nature of what they had experienced made connection more difficult. The people who could have been sources of support sometimes became sources of additional stress instead. Faith and spirituality played complex roles in how families processed these tragedies. For some, religious beliefs provided comfort and framework for understanding, even if that understanding was incomplete. The idea that the deceased was at peace, that there was meaning or purpose beyond human comprehension, that justice would ultimately be served in a divine realm. These beliefs helped some families cope. For others, the tragedies shattered religious faith. The question of how a loving God could allow such betrayal, such suffering, had no satisfactory answer. Some families lost their faith entirely, unable to reconcile their beliefs with their experience. Still others found that their faith evolved, becoming more complex and less certain, but also more personal and meaningful. They let go of simplistic understandings of divine protection or plans, embraced mystery and doubt, found meaning in community and practice rather than in theological certainty. Religious communities sometimes provided the best support families received: meals, childcare, financial help, consistent presence over time. Other times, they failed spectacularly, offering platitudes that felt hollow, suggesting that insufficient faith was somehow to blame, withdrawing when the family's pain made them uncomfortable. The families learned that not all support was helpful, that they needed to be selective about where they turned for help, that protecting themselves sometimes meant declining offers that would create more burden than benefit. The question of how these cases should be taught in medical and nursing schools became important. Future healthcare providers needed to understand that these betrayals happened, needed to be educated about warning signs and reporting obligations. But the education needed to be done carefully, in ways that conveyed the seriousness of the issue without creating paranoia or damaging students' ability to trust their future colleagues. Some schools integrated these cases into ethics courses, using them as cautionary tales about what could happen when oversight failed, when concerns were not acted upon, when institutional priorities superseded patient safety. They discussed the specific failures that had allowed each predator to continue harming people, analyzed what should have been done differently, prepared students to be the colleagues who would speak up when they noticed concerning patterns. Other schools were more cautious, worried about frightening students or creating cynicism about the profession. They mentioned the cases briefly, if at all, focused more on positive examples of ethical practice, emphasized that these were extreme outliers rather than representative of healthcare workers generally. The families who had lost loved ones generally favored more explicit education. They wanted healthcare students to be confronted with these realities, to understand viscerally what could happen when the system failed, to be inspired to be part of the solution. They sometimes spoke to classes themselves, sharing their experiences, putting human faces on the abstract concept of patient harm. These presentations were difficult for the families to give, but felt important. If even one student was moved to pay closer attention to concerning patterns, to speak up when something felt wrong, to prioritize patient safety over professional courtesy, then the pain of sharing the story might prevent future tragedies. Students' responses varied. Some were deeply moved, committed themselves to being vigilant, saw the presentations as crucial learning experiences. Others were overwhelmed, struggled to integrate these stories into their developing professional identities, worried that they would become paranoid or unable to trust their colleagues. Faculty had to help students process these complex reactions, to find the balance between appropriate awareness and unhealthy suspicion, to understand that while these cases were real and important, they were also statistically rare, that most healthcare workers were ethical and competent. The licensing exams for nurses and physicians began to include more questions about ethical obligations, about how to report concerns, about what to do when you suspected a colleague of harming patients. This was a direct result of advocacy from families and patient safety organizations who argued that these topics were as important as clinical knowledge. But exam questions could test knowledge without changing behavior. Knowing that you should report concerning patterns was different from actually doing it when it meant confronting a colleague, risking professional relationships, potentially being wrong, and causing harm to someone's career. The cultural change needed in healthcare went beyond individual education to transformation of workplace environments. Hierarchies needed to become less rigid so that nurses felt empowered to question physicians, so that junior staff could raise concerns about senior colleagues, so that patients and families were treated as partners in care rather than passive recipients. Some healthcare systems made genuine progress on these cultural shifts. They implemented just culture frameworks that distinguished between human error and reckless behavior, that protected people who made honest mistakes while holding accountable those who violated safety norms. They created anonymous reporting systems that allowed staff to raise concerns without fear of retaliation. They trained leaders in how to respond to concerns in ways that encouraged future reporting rather than shutting it down. They made patient safety data transparent, sharing it publicly and using it to drive improvement rather than hiding problems to protect reputation. These organizations became models for others, demonstrating that culture change was possible, that it improved both patient outcomes and staff satisfaction. But they remained exceptions rather than the rule, requiring sustained leadership commitment and resources that not every organization could or would dedicate. The insurance industry also played a role in driving changes. Malpractice insurers who had paid out large settlements in cases involving healthcare predators began requiring stricter screening and oversight as conditions of coverage. They developed risk assessment tools, required regular audits of patient outcomes, insisted on specific policies and procedures. This insurance-driven change was motivated by financial rather than ethical concerns, but it had real impact. Organizations that wanted to maintain affordable insurance had to implement the required safeguards. Market forces accomplished what regulation sometimes could not. But insurance-driven change also had limitations. It focused on the most obvious risks, the patterns that were easiest to detect and prevent. More subtle forms of harm, or predators who were especially skilled at hiding their actions, might still evade these protections. The technology sector saw opportunity in addressing these problems. Companies developed algorithms to detect unusual patterns in patient outcomes, to flag providers whose patients had higher than expected complication or death rates, to analyze electronic health records for signs of tampering or falsification. These tools had promise, but also limitations and risks. Algorithms could identify patterns that human reviewers might miss, but they could also produce false positives that harmed innocent providers' careers. They relied on data quality that was often inconsistent across systems. They could be gamed by predators who understood how they worked and adjusted their behavior accordingly. Privacy concerns also arose. How much surveillance of healthcare workers was appropriate? At what point did monitoring for bad actors create an atmosphere of distrust that harmed the therapeutic relationship and drove good people out of the profession? These were questions without easy answers. The families who had lost loved ones to healthcare predators generally favored more monitoring, more surveillance, more safeguards, whatever it took to prevent future harm. Healthcare workers and privacy advocates worried about creating Big Brother environments where everyone was presumed guilty until proven innocent. The balance between safety and autonomy, between oversight and trust, remained contested terrain. Different stakeholders had different priorities and different tolerance for risk. Finding approaches that addressed multiple concerns simultaneously required ongoing negotiation and compromise. The media's role in shaping public perception of these issues continued to evolve. Some journalists did excellent investigative work, uncovering patterns that officials had missed, holding institutions accountable for failures, educating the public about warning signs and advocacy tools. This journalism served important public interest functions and sometimes led directly to policy changes or criminal investigations. Other media coverage was less responsible, sensationalizing the cases for ratings, focusing on lurid details rather than systemic issues, creating fear without providing useful information about how to protect oneself or advocate for change. The families had limited influence over how their loved ones' cases were covered. They could choose whether to participate in interviews, could try to steer conversations toward the issues they cared about, but ultimately journalists made their own editorial decisions about angle and emphasis. Some families became media savvy over time, learning how to deliver sound bites that conveyed their messages effectively, how to redirect unhelpful questions, when to decline interviews that would likely be exploitative. Others never became comfortable with media engagement and relied on victim advocates or attorneys to handle press inquiries. The question of whether true crime coverage of these cases served public good or exploited private tragedy remained contentious. Some families felt that any coverage that raised awareness was valuable, even if imperfect. Others felt that the entertainment framing of true crime fundamentally dishonored the victims, that turning their suffering into content for people's commutes and workouts was exploitative regardless of how sensitively done. The growth of the true crime genre meant that these cases would continue to be revisited, repackaged, discussed in podcasts and documentaries and books. Families had to decide how to engage with this ongoing coverage, whether to try to shape it or to distance themselves from it. Some families found unexpected connection through true crime communities. Listeners and viewers who engaged deeply with the cases sometimes reached out to offer support, to share how the stories had affected them, to contribute to memorial funds or advocacy organizations. These interactions could be meaningful and validating. But these communities could also be toxic, with people who felt entitled to information and opinions, who were more interested in the perpetrators than the victims, who treated the cases as puzzles to solve rather than human tragedies with ongoing impact. The families had to navigate these complex dynamics, taking what was helpful and protecting themselves from what was harmful. It was exhausting work that many had never anticipated having to do, additional burden on top of the grief and trauma they were already carrying. As the years passed, some of the questions that had seemed so urgent in the immediate aftermath became less pressing. The need to understand why, the desire for perfect justice, the hope that the right policy changes would prevent all future harm. These evolved into more modest and realistic goals. Families learned to live with uncertainty, to accept that they would never have complete answers, to find satisfaction in incremental progress rather than transformative change. They learned that healing was not linear, that triggers would continue to arise, that grief had no expiration date. They also learned that they could experience joy again, that laughter was not betrayal, that building new lives and new relationships did not mean forgetting or dishonoring the deceased. They learned to hold multiple truths simultaneously, that what happened was terrible and that they could still find meaning and purpose in their lives. The resilience they developed was not a choice so much as a necessity. They could not remain in the acute phase of grief indefinitely without being destroyed by it. So they found ways to carry it differently, to integrate it into their lives rather than being consumed by it. This did not mean they had gotten over it or moved on, phrases that always felt dismissive of the ongoing impact. It meant they had learned to live with it, to function despite it, to build lives that included space for the loss without being defined entirely by it. The relationships that survived and deepened through these experiences became precious. Family members who had supported each other through the worst times felt bonded in ways that would never be broken. Friends who had shown up consistently, who had not been scared off by the intensity of the grief, became chosen family. New relationships formed too, with others who had experienced similar losses, with advocates working on related causes, with therapists and support group facilitators, and victim advocates who accompanied them through the journey. These relationships were built on shared understanding of pain, on mutual commitment to meaning-making and prevention. The communities that formed around these cases, both in person and online, provided spaces where families did not have to explain themselves, where the ongoing impact of the tragedies was understood and validated, where they could be authentic about their continuing struggles without fear of judgment. These communities also provided practical support, information about legal resources, recommendations for therapists who specialized in trauma, advice about dealing with media, strategies for self-care during particularly difficult times like anniversaries and parole hearings. The value of peer support could not be overstated. Professional help was important, but there was something irreplaceable about connecting with others who had been through similar experiences, who understood in ways that even the most skilled therapist could not if they had not personally experienced this kind of loss. As some of the original advocates aged or stepped back from active involvement, younger family members and newer victims began to take up leadership roles. This generational transition brought fresh energy and perspectives, new ideas about advocacy strategies, different comfort levels with technology and media. It also brought challenges. The founders of advocacy organizations had built them around their own experiences and priorities. Newer members sometimes had different visions for the work, wanted to take it in different directions, had different ideas about what success looked like. These transitions required negotiation and compromise, willingness to let go of control while also preserving the core mission and values that had animated the work from the beginning. Not all organizations navigated these transitions successfully, and some fractured or dissolved as a result. But the work continued, in various forms and through various organizations and individual advocates. The fundamental need to protect vulnerable people from predators in healthcare settings, to support families who had been affected, to push for systemic changes that would prevent future harm, persisted regardless of which specific individuals or organizations were carrying it forward. The legacy of these cases would extend far beyond the individual tragedies. They had changed how healthcare institutions thought about oversight and accountability. They had empowered patients and families to be more active advocates for their own safety. They had inspired reforms in licensing, credentialing, and reporting systems. They had also left permanent marks on everyone touched by them: the victims who survived, the families of those who did not, the healthcare workers who had witnessed the harm, the investigators and prosecutors who had pursued justice, the advocates who had worked for change. None of these people would be unchanged by their experiences. The betrayals had shaken their understanding of how the world worked. had forced them to confront human capacity for harm, had required them to rebuild trust that had been shattered. But many had also discovered strengths they did not know they possessed, had found meaning and purpose through the advocacy work, had built relationships and communities that sustained them. The tragedies had broken them in some ways and forged them in others. The question of prevention remained central to all the advocacy work, to all the policy reforms, to all the institutional changes. How could future tragedies be prevented? What safeguards would actually work? What trade-offs were acceptable in pursuit of greater safety? The answers were complex because the problem was complex. Healthcare predators were not a single type with a single profile. Evan Calder, Isla Rowan, Nora Kells, and Julian Cross had different motivations, different methods, different victim selection patterns. A safeguard that might catch one type might miss another. Comprehensive prevention required multiple layers of protection. Background checks to screen out those with documented histories of harm. Robust supervision and oversight to detect concerning patterns. Clear reporting mechanisms that protected whistleblowers and ensured investigations happened. Support systems for healthcare workers to address burnout and mental health issues before they escalated to patient harm. It also required cultural change, creating environments where speaking up was normalized and supported, where patient safety truly was the top priority, where institutional loyalty did not supersede obligations to protect vulnerable people. No single intervention would prevent all harm. But each layer of protection caught some percentage of potential predators, reduced the likelihood that those who slipped through one screen would make it through all of them, decreased the amount of time predators could operate before being detected and stopped. The families understood this imperfect reality. They knew that even with the best systems, some predators would still find ways to harm people. But they also knew that better systems meant fewer victims, earlier detection, reduced harm. That was worth fighting for even if it could not guarantee complete prevention. The conversation about prevention sometimes became contentious when it touched on issues of mental health and addiction among healthcare workers. Some argued that better support for struggling workers would prevent cases like Nora Kells, where substance abuse and burnout contributed to the descent into patient harm. Others worried that framing these crimes primarily as mental health issues excused the perpetrators, minimized their responsibility for choosing to harm others. They pointed out that many healthcare workers struggled with mental health and addiction without killing anyone, that the overwhelming majority found ethical ways to cope with their difficulties. Both perspectives had validity. Mental health support and addiction treatment for healthcare workers was important for many reasons, including but not limited to patient safety. But it was also true that mental illness and addiction did not inevitably lead to serial murder, that the perpetrators had made choices that most people facing similar struggles did not make. The prevention conversation needed to hold space for both truths, that systemic factors contributed to creating conditions where harm was more likely, and that individual perpetrators bore responsibility for their actions. Addressing systemic factors did not excuse individual choices, and holding individuals accountable did not negate the need for systemic change. The role of technology in prevention continued to expand. Electronic health records made it possible to track patterns across patients and providers in ways that paper charts never could. Automated surveillance systems could flag outliers and anomalies. Security systems created records of who accessed what information when, making it harder for predators to operate invisibly. But technology also created new vulnerabilities. Electronic records could be hacked or altered. Surveillance systems generated so much data that separating signal from noise was challenging. The technology was only as good as the humans interpreting its output and acting on its findings. There was also the risk that over-reliance on technology would create false confidence, a sense that if the algorithms did not flag anything, everything must be fine. Human judgment and intuition still mattered, still caught things that automated systems missed. The most effective prevention combined technological tools with human vigilance, using each to compensate for the other's limitations. Algorithms could process vast amounts of data to identify statistical anomalies, but humans needed to investigate those anomalies, to provide context, to make judgments about what they meant and what action was appropriate. Patient and family empowerment was another important prevention strategy. When patients and families understood what quality care looked like, when they knew what questions to ask and what concerns to raise, they became additional eyes and ears detecting problems. Some of the victims of these predators had expressed concerns that were dismissed. Families had noticed things that seemed wrong, had asked questions that were deflected or minimized. In retrospect, these concerns had been valid. If they had been taken seriously, investigated thoroughly, some of the harm might have been prevented. Teaching patients and families to trust their instincts, to persist when their concerns were dismissed, to escalate when initial reports were not taken seriously. This was important work. But it also placed additional burden on people who were already vulnerable, asking them to be vigilant and assertive at times when they were sick or frightened or exhausted. The prevention burden should not fall primarily on patients and families. The systems and institutions had responsibility to protect them, not to require them to protect themselves. But empowered patients and families could serve as additional safeguards, backup systems for when institutional protections failed. The question of what to do about predators who had served their sentences and were being released back into society was difficult. They could not be barred from working entirely, but they certainly should not be allowed to work in healthcare or any position involving vulnerable populations. Registries existed for some types of offenders, making their histories publicly accessible. Employment screening was supposed to catch these people and prevent them from working in positions where they could cause harm. But gaps existed in these systems, and determined individuals sometimes found ways to slip through. Evan Calder would eventually be released from prison if he lived long enough to reach parole eligibility and was granted release. He would be in his 50s, would have spent 15 to 20 years incarcerated. What would he do then? Where would he go? How would he survive? The families he had harmed were terrified of the prospect of his release. They organized, prepared to fight any parole application he might make. But they also knew that eventually, statistically, he would likely be released. Life sentences without parole were rare for the charges he had pled to. The prospect of encountering him in the community, of potentially seeing him at a grocery store or walking down a street, was nightmarish. Some families considered relocating when his release became imminent. Others talked about restraining orders, though the legal requirements for those were unclear in this context. The criminal justice system was designed around punishment and sometimes rehabilitation. It was not designed to provide lifetime containment for people who might remain dangerous even after serving their sentences. Families were left to navigate that gap, to protect themselves as best they could with limited legal tools. Nora Kells, who had already been released on parole after serving 8 years, lived in a halfway house under supervision. She worked a minimum wage job, reported regularly to her parole officer, attended mandated therapy. On paper, she was complying with all requirements of her parole. But the families of her victims knew where she was, tracked her through the registry system and informal networks. They watched for any sign that she might be attempting to work with vulnerable populations, ready to report any violation of her parole terms. This vigilance was exhausting, but felt necessary. They did not trust the system to keep her away from potential victims. They felt they had to maintain their own surveillance, had to be the failsafe that protected others. This was another ongoing burden of these cases. The families sensed that they could never fully relax, never completely trust that the systems would work, always had to remain vigilant. It was a form of ongoing trauma, hypervigilance that might be adaptive in the short term, but took a toll over years. Therapists worked with families on finding balance, on identifying what vigilance was realistic and helpful versus what was consuming energy, without providing meaningful protection. But letting go of any vigilance felt dangerous, felt like failing their loved ones, and potentially enabling future harm. As the final minutes of this long narrative approach, we return to where we began, the quiet hallways of hospitals at night, the places where people go when they cannot care for themselves, where they must trust strangers with their most vulnerable moments. The monitors still beep in steady rhythms. The nurses still move softly through dim corridors. The patients still sleep or try to sleep, their bodies working to heal or at least to endure another night. Most of these nurses are good people doing difficult work. Most of these patients will wake in the morning, will gradually heal, will eventually go home to their lives. Most of the trust extended in these settings will be honored. Most of the vulnerability will not be exploited. But not always. Not everywhere. Not everyone. The cases explored here, Evan Calder, Isla Rowan, Nora Kells, Julian Cross, were real in the patterns they represented, even if the names were changed and some details were altered. They happened. They continue to happen, though hopefully less frequently as awareness increases and systems improve. The families who lost loved ones to healthcare predators carry permanent scars. They have learned things about human nature and institutional failures that no one should have to learn. They have had to rebuild their lives around absences that should never have occurred. But they have also demonstrated remarkable resilience. Many have channeled their grief into advocacy that has made real differences. They have supported each other through impossible pain. They have found ways to honor their loved ones by working to protect others. The work of protecting vulnerable people from predators in healthcare settings is never finished. New threats emerge. Systems that seemed adequate prove to have gaps. Vigilance must be maintained across generations and across changing contexts. This is not a story with a neat conclusion, with justice fully served and all problems solved. It is a story about ongoing struggle, about imperfect systems trying to do better, about the tension between necessary trust and appropriate vigilance. It is a story about the people we become when we face the worst betrayals, about how we survive what should be unsurvivable, about the meanings we make from senseless losses. Most importantly, it is a story about the continued need for all of us, healthcare workers, patients, families, administrators, policymakers, all of us, to remain committed to protecting the vulnerable, to speaking up when something seems wrong, to prioritizing safety over convenience or reputation or any other concern. Because the alternative, the cost of silence and inaction, is measured in human lives. In elderly patients who died before their time. In babies who were harmed when they should have been healing. In nursing home residents who were killed by someone they trusted. In patients who were violated when they were most defenseless. Their stories, their losses, their families' ongoing pain. These are the reasons the work matters. These are why we cannot become complacent, cannot assume the systems will protect without our active participation, cannot look away from uncomfortable truths about human capacity for harm. The hallways stay quiet. The monitors keep beeping. The night shift continues its routines. And somewhere, someone is paying attention, is noticing patterns, is asking uncomfortable questions, is choosing to speak up even though it would be easier to stay silent. That person, that choice, that moment of courage, these are what stand between safety and harm, between trust honored and trust betrayed. This is not a story designed to create fear of healthcare settings or distrust of healthcare workers. It is a story meant to inspire appropriate vigilance, informed advocacy, and commitment to the ongoing work of protecting vulnerable people. Most people who care for others do so with genuine compassion and integrity. But trust, once given, should not be blind. It should be earned through transparency, accountability, and consistent demonstration that patient safety is the true priority. The families who shared their pain through these pages, whose loved ones became statistics in cases that should never have happened, they ask only this: remember. Remember that these things can happen. Remember that prevention requires vigilance. Remember that speaking up matters. Remember that behind every case, every statistic, every policy reform, there were real people with real lives who deserved better than they got. And in remembering, commit to being part of the solution, to being the person who notices, who questions, who speaks up, who prioritizes protection of the vulnerable over personal comfort or professional courtesy. That is how we honor those who were lost. That is how we protect those who remain vulnerable. That is how we slowly, imperfectly, but meaningfully make these settings safer. The monitors keep beeping. The night continues. And the work of vigilance, of care, of protection, that work goes on. If you've made it this far, I want to thank you for listening to these difficult stories. Remember to like this video if you found it meaningful. Subscribe to the channel for more content. And please, leave a comment below telling me where you're from and whether any of these stories resonated with your own experiences or concerns. Most importantly, if you or someone you love is ever in a healthcare setting and something feels wrong, trust that instinct. Ask questions. Demand answers. Advocate fiercely, because sometimes trust is not enough. Sometimes vigilance is what saves lives. Thank you for listening. Take care of yourselves and each other.